Hello. Hi. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm a flat bolt. Wow. Yeah, I think I should use 2D. I feel like Balloon Tower Defense actually is kind of intensive. I feel like maybe. I think I'm not too sure, but I think just to be safe, I'm using my 2D avatar here. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Tekken Mama. Sorry to despise. I'm listening. Wait. You're fighting you're fighting Primordial now? Yeah, but Primordial is not. I've been trying to no-hit it and that's trying to no-hit it is like pain. Especially during the last phase. Yeah, I know, but still. I don't think you're bad. Because Primordial has so much combos that some of the times that it's just kind of random. That Longsword just kind of don't have enough recovery for it to like go for the next move, I think. To be fair, I haven't fought Primordial for a long time though. Nah, honestly I'm not too sure, but I don't think you're bad because how do I say this? There are multiple people that wants to like. There are people that can even get to Primordial Malzeno. You get such a good bit of the counters, but it isn't Primordial Malzeno's moveset just sort of hits a cone, but huge cone. I mean, essentially it's just like half the like. You know, like cone goes forward. Shit, let me open up Krita. Hi, Forgetful. Look, I'm opening up Krita. Because I remember struggling against Primordial a lot as well. But then again, Primordial Malzeno is so hot that I can't even get mad at all. Like, have you seen Primordial Malzeno? Oh my god. That dragon can destroy me multiple times and I'm okay with that. Anyway. How do I say this? I mean, usually lots of attacks goes for like either a straight line and then sweep. And then straight line, another sweep. Right, but then like on the last phase, I feel like a lot of attacks is just an area, or like this is Malzeno and then this area hits or something like that. You know, like huge attacks, right? Like because Primordial is like Primordial can teleport right in front of you and then it just like hits right in the middle of you. Timing of course I can see it from that. Yeah, I know, but even if you hit foresight, and then after the hit you can only dodge, right? It's not like you can. Wait, can you do poke after foresight hit? Because I know in Wilds you can, I think. Yeah, I don't think you can parry nuke, or like most of the time you can't. Nah, I never tried. I'm too much of a pussy. Demon can chain to Spirit Slash and can parry the ball. Well, just the ball. Explorer still hits ya. Fair enough. This looks like Nips, but yeah, something like that. Yeah, Primordial is hard. If you're trying to like, you're trying to no-hit it, requires so much like patience. See? Malsino's so hot. Hi, Akko. My whole body hurts, oh my god. Like, yesterday's badminton session was so intense that my whole body hurts today. Like, He can feed on me all he wants for real. I know, right? God, dude. Don't steal Malsino mine. A gore Margala mine too. No, mine. I won. Morning, Akko. I'll have to think about it. They are dragon now. You know how much I like dragons. Maybe you can have Steve. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Steve. Thirst is real tonight. I thought it's always been the case. I thirst for dragons 24/7. I feel like. No one like what? No way! I fucking love Steve. Well, it's a pain to fight against, but have you seen Steve's talents though? And then that feat being amplified tenfold in wilds is crazy. There's so many. Dang. I want that talent. I'm not into feet though, but talent? I go high Almudron. Almudron is very huggable. It's a bath, but it's a mud bath, and I think I'm okay with that. I like Almudron. Good for skin or something, but mine is scale, no? Like how skin? I don't know if scale and skin can be the same thing. No, right? Wait, maybe it could make my skin shine, my scale shine. Maybe my scale can shine after a mud bath. I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that. I like shiny, very good. I like shiny. I want shiny. Oh yeah, I want to turn off Brain today because Bloom Tower Defense 6. I haven't played it for so long. Know nothing about Monsanto, but Bubble Dragon can get it. Oh, Mizu can get it? Yeah. Mizu can destroy me as well, like... No, a dragon. Very fucked up, but it's a fox? Nah, I'll just call it dragon. Nothing can tell me otherwise. See? Like Monsanto, they categorize by like, I don't know how to read that. Piscine wyvern, fanged wyvern, flying wyvern, leviathan wyvern. The first and fourth might be the wrong one, but it's okay, they're all wyverns, right? So technically, again, they could be all, you know, they all could be dragons. So since wyvern is dragon, they're dragon. I love them. I love all of them. Well, some that I don't like, you know, there's fucking Plaka and then Konga. Gore is a flying wyvern? Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, Gore is a flying... Yeah, I mean, that's normal, no? Is Gore not? No, he is. Yeah, Gore is. Oh, wait, yeah. It does have 4 limbs. You know, like hind legs, 4 legs, and then wing arm. I never thought about that, but I don't really look into those kind of things. I just think, oh my god, Tekken, I won. Oh, when I look at the dragon, it's like, oh my god, dragon, please destroy me or something like that. Radar is a flying wyvern. That makes sense, right? Because Radar actually looks like a wyvern. I hate that fucking fish. You don't question Monster Hunter. No questioning Monster Hunter allowed. Everything is a Tekken. We love Tekken. Well, actually no. Fuck Juratodas, I hate it. Juratodas, and then there's like Lava Seoff as well. Ooh. Daimyo Doble? Oh, Daimyo Homator? That shit looks like a fucking sword. I don't even remember what Daimyo Homator's Doble looks like. Hi, Jameson. 11:31 at the Ash Shepherd in the hard time attack. Ooh, I'm so afraid of playing Monster Hunter Wilds these days, but heck yeah. 11:31 is A, right? How much is A? $18 minutes? Oh fuck, I don't think I can do that at all. What? Dan, hi. I was watching Dan playing Unbeatable last night for a little bit before I went to sleep. In my opinion, wyverns are dragons still, but I don't know. But I know I'm an outlier. I feel like Kobo's a dragon still. Hey, I'm a fun-sized dragon. Maybe. Possibly. Probably. I don't know. Hi, Dragon Colony. 18 minutes for Arch-Tempered Jindahan. I don't know. Ooh, I feel like it could be really fucking tough for me. Oh, actually, on a side note, I started playing Dragaia Lost again. Fun game. Let me send a screenshot to Discord real quick. It's in 18 minutes for A, 25 for B. I need to get that A rank though. I mean, Jindahan, at least Jindahan looks hot. But I'm pretty sure there's going to be a little one-shot skill since it's wild. At this point, I shouldn't be surprised anymore, I feel like. It's really cute, tiny, fun-sized dragon. I'm a fun-sized Tekken, oh my god. I'm gonna show one of my favorite dragon in Dragalia Lost real quick. Oh my god, look at that Mama Tekken. I mean there's another Mama Dragon, but I haven't screenshotted that one yet. I love Dragalia Lost, oh my god. Would mine. Would? Yeah, but mine. Apart from that, nothing were explicitly one shot, but without Ice Rest, you still get folded. Fair. You know this little Brunhilda art? Yeah, I know. Dragalia Lost is just so good. This is private server though. This is Dawn Shard, I'm pretty sure. I need to search more like Brunhilda art on E6, I guess. The forbidden website. Looking. Oh, it's actually Sword and Shield. Well, you're right. That's a door blade? You're thirsty? Never enough Beckham. Jin's flop, the big frontal beam, and the charge will actually wreck your ship. That's fair. I mean, have you seen that? Have you seen the size of that thing? Yeah, I think a flop would be even more painful than Uftuna flop. But then again, Uftuna's flop is so adorable. Uftuna's flop? Uftuna... Like, Uftuna is not exactly dragon-like, but I like Uftuna. Just because I relate to Uftuna so much, everything just flops. Like, oh my god, there's a problem, let me flop on them. Oh, that's a bigger problem, let me ultra jumping flying flop them. Oh, there's a huge problem, let me fly up, spin 2 times, do a 360 sideways, and then flop. I love Uftuna. Hi, cheese? I actually thought that's a pie, oh my god. Like, I'll be listening to this while I play the Monke game. Uftuna's spinny flop is devastating to the point of the generation because the hitbox starts immediately. Sometimes it starts immediately, sometimes it doesn't. That's what's fucked up about it. Sometimes it works properly, sometimes it's just like the startup is the hitbox like like, oh shit, I don't know about that, oh no. I remember I was like pissed at Uftuna for a second. 420 hours. Really? Oh my god, it is 420 hours! I never smoked weed before. Oh my god, why is that music? Shut up. Okay. Why is there music? I'll give you a D. Oh my god! Okay, no. I think that's good enough. Oh yeah, I haven't even cut this thing yet. Wow. Thing is, the hitbox starts immediately flop by getting high enough that doesn't hit anyone on the ground anymore, they instantly flop them. Medium hard and free play games? I guess I could do Odyssey. Why not, right? Hefty bloon? Looks like the bloons have been working out. I'm a little bit scared now. Let's go hard. No. Who can I use? I can use my dragon? Okay, nice. God, I haven't played this game for so long. I checked and yeah, you can't trade gems in Guild Wars 2. Sucks, we're currently giving you a bunch. Oh. Yeah, I remember I have to buy an expansion before I can use that feature. It's okay though. Maybe once the game has like a huge discount, I might get the 2-in-1 expansion. Path of Fire and something. One of them that has 2 in 1, something like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna get them when they have a discount. Because these days I don't dare to play Guild Wars 2 because I don't want to lose my raptor mount. I would cry. Let's have... Usually with this it's already like winning, man. Like one Kenya is like so OP. One more sniper. I guess I can bring, since I have this perma camo detection after level 7 or 8. Maybe? No. I might need this actually. Get this for... No. We take this in one of these. Yeah. I think that's good enough. Actually, we don't need engineer. Why do we need engineer for? This one. Yeah, that looks good. It's the bulk of the mounts. Use the flash pot to knock it out of the air. I always don't react fast enough to use the flash pots or stuff like that. Oh, you go like this? Maybe? That's a really long road. This map, this is the easy map, question mark? Check the rules. Ceramic health? Yeah, okay. Ceramic health, I mean... I mean... I left glue. But I cannot buy anything. I don't know if this is gonna work. Left the popping noises. Glue soak. I need 225 for the corrosive glue. So many tiny tokens. I love glue so much. Like, right after corrosive glue, glue is so valuable. And if you give glue camo detection, you're not afraid of like... You're not afraid of camo and lead anymore. Is it only one? Yeah. Uh-oh. I think 2100 is no problem. I mean, I'm already not afraid of bleed, so... camo, I think you can pop it already? Oh, almost. The first camo comes in round 24, I think. I don't know how... Did they actually record a balloon popping noise and put it into the game? Question mark? It sounds so nice though. Oh, that's a little spicy. Oh. I was not even afraid. Look at glue. Glue is so nice, holy shit. Let me just need a actual ship damage and it should be good. I mean, sure, if I can buy this, I think it should be good. picture. Actually, there's something that I've done, that I've been doing for the past few days. I feel like I'm a little bit... I think I'm finally trying to change here. I think I'm finally trying to confront my own feelings. So, context is that for the past 2 years, right? I've been refraining from looking at my dad's cupboard, or like clothing cupboard or something like that. Anything that belongs to that, I don't feel like I'm brave enough to. I'm not brave enough to look at it. But for the past few days, I've been trying to clean my room, and then I started to look into my dad's closet. Oh, closet, that's the word. Cupboard, closet. And then there were so many pictures, so many like memories and shit. Honestly, it makes me feel nice, I guess, in a way. Even though, yeah, I was a crying mess for the past few days. Like, whenever I look at the picture and then I started crying, but I think in a way I'm trying to confront the feelings instead of just like trying to hide forever, right? I think that's good, right? I think that's really good. So I think this year is the year that I am actually trying to change, right? I don't just keep feeling like I'm just gonna hide behind everything and don't want to confront anything. No, I think maybe it's time to take some actions, I guess. What game is that picture from? Oh, you mean the Discord picture that I just sent? It's Dragada Lost. But Dragada Lost is already like closed off. It's the server shut down. This is the private server of the game. So this is the name of the game, but the private server that I'm playing on is called Dawn Shard. So I think if you want to play this, you could try searching for Dragada Lost Dawn Shard. It should show you how to get it working. You played it? Yeah, I mean the game shut down, but you can still play the private server of the game, it's fine. Oh, nice. I don't know if this is enough to destroy a... Moab. Is it enough? I'll add one more. Hopefully that's enough. I mean, honestly, this map is perfect for glue. Yeah, it's enough. The glue is too strong. Wait. Thank you, Ben. I think the popping noise is slightly too loud. Just slightly. Odyssey is always like this. The first map is always so like simple, 50 rounds only, and then at the end it's like 100 rounds with like all camo or all regen or something like that. It's like, oh god. Oh god. nothing blue cannot handle, honestly. Oh my god. It just melts. That's one. 4 more to go. Bloon speed, Moab speed, all camo. I told what on round 2? On the second map, really? Ceramic health, Moab health, speed, speed. Already all camo. What do I do? It's an alternative round, right? Okay, Hieroxes. I mean, honestly, just 2 of these could work. How many rounds? 65? Yeah, two Basic Monkey could work the entire 60 rounds, I think. We need this, we need this, there. Still understand Desperado? I haven't unlocked Desperado yet. I haven't played this game for like a long time, I feel like. many months. Many months. I love Spike Pult. Especially with a map like this, it does it's like, yeah. I don't think I put it at a nice spot though. That one is reserved for sniper. I'll put this one here. Yeah, here. When black border run, what's that? I think I need another. That should work. Chimps mode? I never played that before. That one is like no monkey knowledge allowed, right? Without pausing? Without pausing is no problem, I feel like. Or like without like every round stops that. It just continues constantly. Actually no, you go for like strong, yeah. Need to upgrade to this one as soon as possible. Continues constantly. Oh, that one is tough. I never played Chimps mode before. I'm just so afraid. And go? Why? I mean, I'm having fun in Odyssey. I guess after the Odyssey run I can try, maybe? Uh-oh, it's okay. You wanna see? I'm surely I'm gonna die. Unless I play on the easiest map of all. I'm probably gonna start with the ice map. That one I feel is the easiest. You never try without knowledge? No. Because I feel like even with knowledge, I feel like I'm already struggling. All camo is just mean. Oh yeah, sniper is gonna be good here, right? Additional 2 damage to camo bloons? Yeah, would be nice. All gain camo. I'll buy a sniper once they get all camo detection. It's always nice to come back to this game from time to time. I feel nice. Just pop in bloons. Hell yeah. Pop bloons, get money, become stronger, pop more bloons. Eventually it somehow becomes an all-out war. Man, like, Juggernaut is so strong. It pushes back, it destroys lead, it destroys ceramic. Oh. And it has infinite piercing. Oh. Wait, there we go. Now we can use this one. It just shreds the ceramic. It's so good. I can buy this one, or should I buy this one? 15k, 16k? I should probably get the 16k first. I mean, that one's just a guaranteed win. It's always the 15k though. You play only Spike? You mean the pink Spike tower? The Druid is so OP though. I mean, of course you would need camo detection. If you want to just get past the stage, you go. if you want to get past the stage, I think you can just go for 240. Yeah. 240 seems really strong. Just destroys the entire map. Something like that. Hi Frankie, hi Sri. Oh my god. Hello, hi, welcome. Oh my god. And Dragon. Oh my god, and Owl? Ooh. Owl is so rare. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Brachion's 3 is doing good. I want to try out Druid at some point. I mean, I'm already strong enough, right? I mean, I already won, so... Yeah, it has this vines that just like destroys everything as well. Full map. Map white, by the way. It's slow though. Maybe it's not that good. There's like a very powerful druid playstyle. You need to have 6 druids though. Or 5 at least. This game was so much harder as a kid, now it's so easy. I know, right? But of course there's like a lot of like there's a lot of like absurd like rules that makes the game a lot harder. There's like bosses and shit. I love this game honestly. I always come back to this game from time to time. It's nice. Just gets shredded. How much it costs? 37k? Oh no. Oh yeah, sniper cannot deal with that. Okay, we're good. The druid is a little bit slow. But having 2 of these is will be having 2 of this 240. Yeah, 240 druid is gonna be so strong. Whoa. Yeah, that's fine. Right, that's the second map. You know what this is? Me. Me? Oh my god. I guess a Kobo is fun for a dragon. Considering that I like to be spoiled by dragon so much. Start from round 9, bloon speed. Okay? But otherwise it's just a normal round though. That one is for sniper, yeah. It's not all camo, right? Yeah, not all camo. We start from round 9. I'm pretty sure I can build enough attack. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. What is my Buccaneer shooting? Wait, what were you shooting? Were you not shooting darts? Are you shooting apples? I think that's an apple slice. What happened? Did I buy something new? Okay, we could. I'm gonna go for 420 Buccaneer first. Oh, you're shooting fruits. Oh my god. It's not grape anymore. Don't throw epi slices, nom them. I would nom them, but apparently it is now a ammunition for the monkeys. And a shit ton of strawberry as well. Kobo thinks dragons are really fun too. I think I didn't say that. I thought about it, but I didn't say it. My brain doesn't work today. Actually, that goes for every day. You know. My brain constantly just doesn't work. Burning strawberry. Wait, it's round 80 now. I think if it's round 80, then I think 250 is way better. Yeah, 250 is way better for like round 80. Yeah, I should probably go for that one. Change. Maybe I could upgrade some other ones in the meantime. I love cannon. Explosions are so nice. Triple cannon. Very, very nice. Dergy brain definitely rusty tonight too. It's okay, that's Kobo brain every day. Oh. Oh my god, 29k? $29k might need some support here. Oh. Oh, a lot got passed. Don't know if it's enough though. I'll use it. Okay. With this, I should be able to get to 29k rather like before 80, I feel like. Like Burkina is so nice, but the 50 upgrade is a little bit expensive for like the budget play. Unless I make one more of these, maybe? I'll do it. I'll be a dum-dum and just do it. Yeah, 1k per round. Do these. Yeah, 30k should be a lot easier now. Yeah. Actually good investment, I feel like. Hi Dinophos. Welcome. Yeah, the cannon does a lot of damage to the Moabs. Very, very nice. That works. Two more rounds. Actually, no. Okay. Alright, we can auto play now. One more for 300 money. Sorry. 400 shouldn't be too hard, I feel like. Yeah, it should be very easy. Oh no. Oh shit. How much money do I have? I don't have to go back though. Let's retry. Oh, I didn't expect that. So we need... Yeah, we just need a glue and we can do it. Actually... Do I need a glue? Yeah, I do need a glue. Let's sell this one. No. Yeah, this is a good place. 24. Yeah. Okay. Now there should be no problem. I forgot about this one. Is not as good. It's not too good with dealing a tightly packed balloon. I was lazy to go back. I keep forgetting about this ability that recharges really quickly. Holy glue? The glue damage is insane. I'm surprised. I thought your actually can pierce more than that. Round 70 has always been like the round end. Dougie going for the night. Oh, brain's being mean. Fuck, I'm sorry. Okay, I want for the night. Oh, of course. Have a good rest. Or if you want to stay here and lurk, it's also... I don't know if I'll help though, but still hope you feel better soon. And hopefully Brain will not be mean. Oh, what's it, a turtle? I used 400 to get back 44. Yeah. Right now it should be getting a lot harder. Oh! oh no, regrow rate 200% or regrow? This is stupid. Okay. We start at round 12, okay. Don't put in this. I remember this is a trap. You have to keep spending money to open this one back up. I'll put one here actually. I mean, it's kinda stupid to put it there, but I'll put it here and then we put two. One here and one here. Might not be the best. Unless we lost some. Oh, did they nerf this map a little bit? Because the bloons now go through this eye now? Oh, yeah, they nerfed it a little bit. A fair balance, I would say. I've always struggled with this map the most. And after adding this one little turn, it changes so much. There we go. It's recharging. Might need an early sniper. All regrow is too tough. When regrow rate is 200% faster. I need sniper to take care of like the loose ones. Try to get Juggernaut first? No, I should save money for this one. Because mob's coming soon. Round 14? Yeah. I'll buy this one first just to be safe. Oh my god, what is that bloon speed? Oh no. We lost some? Okay, it's okay, we didn't lose health. That's the most important thing, we didn't lose health. think there's more camo coming in. The up-down shots. 1k. Oh, this is bad. Okay. Hey. Wait, what? It can remove this? Oh, you can remove these. Oh, wow. I didn't know. I guess if I remove this, I can put ships here instead of putting it here. Yeah, sniper is really good for going against regrows. I think I have to focus on playing sniper here. Let's buy 2 of these for support. Yeah, okay, now I can focus on playing sniper. I want to buy this one, then I can get supply drop first. Getting this one can guarantee like win, I guess. No extra income is kind of sad though. Might be a little bit too late. I love Sniper Monkey. Makes a lot of things easier. That's... Wait a minute. Okay, what happened? Here. Oh, it's around 49. Oh, 49 has like a huge chunk. Yeah, I forgot. I think this is not good enough. I need to change your plan. So put one here, one here still, but I'm changing the starting to this one. Yeah, I'll put like maybe no, put it here is good. Here comes the OP character, the OP. Something just flew by. Oh my god, the speed of the balloon is crazy. I'm gonna lose some health here. I don't know if I want to lose health early on. Wait, no. Maybe I should just do this. We buy and then put one here. It's even worse. Did they nerf this one? I think they nerfed it. I don't know. It feels like it behaves a little bit differently now. The bloon to bloon jump is a lot slower now. I don't know if it's worth. To be fair, it only costs 650. I definitely need one here. I think one Juggernaut is enough. The problem is I need early money, of course. Because at first they can attack as well. Not as good, but it works. Never put here because it will like close off after. Yeah, the problem is Spike or Pole is just they cannot keep up with the yellow ones. Especially when their speed is like double. It could be a bit of a problem. Yeah, lost health. No. It's not exactly all camo, but this helps so much though. How much it costs? 1,000? Yeah, 1,100. 1,100 is kinda expensive. Maybe here is not a good place to put. Maybe here. I guess I'm not turning my brain off. Let's have a change of plan here. Who's sniper strong using this one? Yeah. The regrow is too fast. But I guess it's kind of working. Maybe this is not bad. I mean, I used this method of like double sniper before. Yeah, it still lost a little bit still. The problem with two snipers is that it just doesn't do good against big numbers in short bursts. Yeah, exactly like that. That was a small amount though. Yeah, no, wow. Might need glue. Feels like glue is good here. The regrow rate is too fast. We lost some. Lost more. At 15, around 15. The regrow is too fast. I mean, it's sort of miraculously working. I mean, Spike or Bolt here is like a good choice, I guess. It's just when they're too fast, I just cannot like hit them. I guess if I have engineer monkey here, it would be nice. But I didn't. No engineer monkey for me. Oh, down. This one's not gonna work in this map. Spike Victory is not gonna work. Unless I put here or here. But it's too expensive. Oh my god. Yeah, no. Trying all the weird shit now. Yeah, this one without grape shot. Maybe? Still lost some. Wait, I never tried this. Oh wait, this might work actually. I always use spike or pole. Why don't I use crossbow? Like one crossbow is more than enough. Especially in early game, see? Crossbow does 3 damage per shot, so that's why it's super strong. It does have a lot of pierce, but I think this one can last for a lot of rounds. And I can actually try to get money here, for real, for real. I guess that can happen still.
Excuse me while I pop your balloon also. Good girl.
Oh.
Think hard.
Also, where Evie gonna pop my balloon? But balloon. Hi Evie. No, I don't know about that. This plus sniper? Wait, let me try something else. Let's hope this works.
Balloon, 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 balloon,
Oh.
balloon, balloon, balloon,
Balloon,
bullseye,
balloon.
good girl.
Balloon, balloon, balloon. Sorry. The rest of the upgrades too expensive. Had to calm down a little bit. Strong. The slowdown works, but it doesn't out pop the It doesn't out pop the regrow? Wait, does it? No, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't out. Oh no! We have a problem here. Corrosive is good, but I need... Okay. Oh. Yeah. I think I can put corrosive here. Crossbow? Crossbow? Take Edward, huh? Oh wait, Stonk, okay. It kind of maintains the level of the balloon. Kind of? The glue does last for a long time. Wait, maybe that's not bad. And if Dark Monkey can throw faster... wait a minute. Big brain? Nope, it still went through.
Good girl balloon collision, 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 good girl balloon collision.
Expedition? Collision or collision? Long time no see, used to be Nightcrawler. Oh, wait, I know that name. It's been a long time actually, hi. I love how it's called collision but not explosion. I guess it's not exactly explosion, question mark? I hope you're doing good. I'll still respect your new name, right? So I hope you're doing good, Tech Edward. Welcome. That works for now. Ay. A bit too late on this. Glue is definitely the way to go here. Maybe glue plus this is a good way to do it. So you're playing bloons? Doing fine? Nice, good to know. Glue Guy is your favorite? Yeah, it's honestly my favorite as well. I love glue. Glue Guy and Boat is funny. Oh, this one, right? And Boat is funny. Boat can be so strong. Yes, I will pop it. But I don't think I have a balloon here. That is so fast. How fast is the balloon? 175, what did I just say?
Good girl balloon bubbles confetti party pop a bow and arrow yes. I will pop your balloon bubbles confetti party pop a thought balloon.
I don't think I have balloon to pop. I want to see how they bounce. They whiff? They cannot keep up with the speed of the balloon. Oh, that's the problem. I see it now. Oh. No wonder boomerang doesn't work here. Oh my god. The bounce works perfectly fine, but the balloon is too fast. The bounce doesn't reach. Holy shit. So boomerang is not the way to go here. That's good to know. I mean, how funny would this be? No, it's too funny. It's too funny. Let's put... I still want to put this one here. Let's play with this one. Crown of Vengeance is not working here. We go 4-1? 4-1-0? Yeah, 4-1-0. Save money.
Works you Kobo, always a good girl and an even better pet.
I guess Kobo is kind of pet-like most of the time now. With the collar, I look even more pet-like. Okay. I want to get any balloon type. Any? Wait, even lead? Isn't that kind of weird? This might work, but this guy needs camo detection. I want to save money until I have Heart of Thunder, then we'll buy this. Uh-oh. So one glue is not fast enough here. After round 14, it's not fast enough. Two glue? They're not exactly cheap though. Like sometimes you just zoom past the... Oh, they're way too fast. Beans? Heck yeah, we love beans. Yeah, like that, this one. It just zooms past. This one zooms past. $920 is too expensive. Do I lose some health here? I don't wanna. I don't think I want to lose health here. This is not even the last stage. I lost health. I lost 3, 5, 5. I want to see how this performs. Yeah, it's really strong because it bounces instantly. Oh, it performs really, really well. But I lost 5 health. I don't know how I feel about that. Stop it. Yeah, the instant bounce is so good. Whoa. I lost more health. Yeah, that performs really well. I should get this one first. So this one increases attack speed as well. Sniper might be a little bit too late here. Hopefully not, we'll see. What about glue sniper? Ooh, never tried that. Uh-oh. Should expected that. 10 health. Okay. If I lose one more health here, we restart. I think 40 health I can still handle the next stage if I can. I mean, if I don't lose health here, it would be nice. Okay, everyone gets cable protection now. Powerful crit shots every few shots that do a lot more damage. Let's hope that we can do it. Okay. Okay, round 49, remember. I need this one as soon as possible. Nice. Do they have extra ceramic health? Yeah, double. Double. How's the whole screen glue for 10 seconds? For balloons that were glued stun nearby balloons? Improved glue formula allows it to stick to more class balloons. I think we need extra glue here. How's the Kobo? Kobo feeling pretty okay, honestly. I did confront a lot of my feelings for the past 2 days by cleaning up my dad's closet and cupboard, like his clothing and stuff, and cleaning up. While cleaning up, there's a lot of like photos and memories. I mean, sure, I was a crying mess for the past 2 days again, right? But I think it's a good it's a good kind of like crying, because it's a lot of like reminiscence of like the good memories between me and dad. So I actually feel pretty nice today after doing that, right? Instead of like just keep hiding it like for the past 2 days, right? For the past 2 days, for the past 2 years, right? For the past 2 years, I've been not cleaning up the cupboard, the closet for a long time. It's there sitting, right? So I think it feels kind of nice to finally able to confront it head on. Maybe it's not confronting it, but I don't know, it sure feels nicer now. How are you for walking on? Thank you, Breaky. Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit proud of myself as well, being able to confront a feeling like that. Yeah, I should be proud. Maybe I should buy myself a drink if I have. I don't think I have extra though. Let me check. Uh-oh, wait, no, let's not buy any. Let's not buy anything for now. It's okay. I'll find another way of celebrating it. I didn't think about that, honestly. I think I don't know. It feels nice. Okay. I don't think I like. How much is this? 2100. I'm buying it. Okay. This should help a shit ton, actually. Yeah, it bounces way faster. Okay. It's going to be a lot of Moab though. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I should probably make a steam, because this might be very selfish, right? I did say that I don't want to I did say that I don't want to put as much ads as possible. I mean, ad is playing now, so that's why I remembered. I want to talk about this for a little bit. I remember saying that I don't want to put any ads in here, but that's impossible, so I put like the least amount of ads possible, which is 30 seconds an hour. And I think last time I checked, I actually got nothing out of ad revenue here, even though ads still plays on my channel, which is honestly fucked up. Right, very fucked up, right? So this might be a little bit on the selfish side of reason, but I think I kind of want to put ads back on, like on, you know, like playing how much? I think it was 3 minutes per hour? Question mark? To get like the 55% ad revenue here, or else it's 30%. Well, they say 30%, but I get 0 here, so it's kind of weird. And if I do put at some point, if I do put 3 minutes of ads per hour, I should make a scene where when an ad plays, I should go for an ad break. Like pause the game, stand up and stretch or something like that. Because 3 minutes, it's long for those who's enjoying the content. It's not too long for me trying to like stand up and stretch, but it's long enough, right? It's just Twitch being dumb. I think even like if I go check on my ad revenue right now, it's going to be 0, I'm pretty sure. Okay, it's going to be a big one here. 8,000. Heavy kindly boomerang hits more class balloons multiple times per throw and sometimes knocks them back a short way along the path. I get 5 euros a month from ads. Yeah, ads is not a lot. Definitely. Actually, let me check. I'm pretty sure I'm getting like 0 here, even though ad is still playing, which is ad and like Twitch is fucked up. Twitch dumb. But I'm still here, so couldn't help it. It'll probably be much more if I had mid-rolls enabled. Mid-roll... probably, maybe? Analytics. Monetization. Yeah, ads is 0 currently. Like even people with turbo, I still don't get ads money, like 0. Yeah, full 0. It's so lit. Here. I'm not lying though, like Twitch is being weird. So ads. Wait, it shows like the entire like ads, right? I mean, even here at 0, 0, 0, 0, nope. Like ad time per hour is 30 seconds, ad breaks 45 minutes. I get 0 out of that. It's so scary, holy shit. So yeah, Twitch is kind of fucked up. Like, Twitch doesn't allow people to not play ads entirely on their channel, right? It doesn't look right. Because my settings here, I put ads at the lowest possible. Here, alright? Like, the lowest of the low possible, and it is like 30%. ad revenue share, they say, right? And then the frequency, I put like shorter ads more often here. So 0.5 minute ad break every 60 minutes. I mean, I probably couldn't change this because it's like the lowest amount of ads already possible, 30 seconds. So yeah. Crazy. Very crazy. So Twitch is weird, fucked up. So it is also because of this, I kinda want to play ads again. Kind of. Play ads on there's like a recommended amount of ad that will have like 55% ad revenue. If I play, I think it was 3 minutes per hour of ads, which is a shit ton, not gonna lie. People use the 3 minutes ad. Maybe. If I do it right, then it should be fine. Like having a proper like ad break scene where people know when there's an ad break going on, they're not missing out on much things. So I need to do that on my part as well if I want to put that in 3 minutes of ads. So that's why I've been thinking of. Oh yeah. God, that was so scary. I think there's some, yeah. Yeah, it's these two that's doing all the work. I love the snipers so much. Oh, that's a lot. Not really. I want to buy another 50th sniper. If I can afford this quickly, then I can make this guy shoot a lot faster. Almost there. Yeah, it shoots so fast that it's not even playing animation anymore. It shoots so fast that it doesn't play animation at all. Oh, now it's playing again. Okay, okay. I believe this one... Yeah, faster reload to all sniper. I believe what that means is double the attack speed of all snipers, so that's why. It's like super duper mega fast now. Ooh. I feel like I might not be able to handle 78. Around 78. Unless I make another glue gunner. It's possible if I make another glue gunner. Like early glue gunner here. This is so dumb, but I'm doing it. Okay. Yeah, I think this one helps a lot. Yeah, it almost clears up the entire row there. And glue gunner. We love glue gunner here. Menu. Round 80, huh? I guess we should be able to deal with the green balloon. The green big one. It works. Oh no, that was kind of spicy. My god, the ceramic noises. That's pretty fast. Oh my god. One glue destroys a ZOMG, oh my god. Alright. That took a while. Here comes the last stage. The last stage, it's going to be absurd. I have never seen this map before. What the fuck is this? Oh no, wait, no. So this one goes here, right? It could change so this one goes here. See? Oh no, not the split. God damn it. Realign port. Oh, wait, is it for free? How is this better? Oh crap! Actually, oh no, the coffee is acting up. Okay, wait, I have an idea. Alright, well, watch this Mario Jam, and I'm going to take a small break. I need to take a Shimon break. The coffee... Gosh, I feel like these days the coffees are acting up quite strongly. Huh? Weird. Anyway, I'll be right back. Real quick, give me a few minutes actually. I'll be right back. Take care of yourselves as well. Maybe don't full screen this one. Yeah, this is fine. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. My butt hurts. Oh gosh. I didn't think, I don't know what. It feels weird, I don't know. Alright, check the rules. What do we have? Ooh. No. What is this? 5 times the ceramic health? Nah. Nah. Excuse. I'm sorry. That's brutal. Oh. Camo detection here. What is that? Is that pop or bloom types? More popping power and goes through terrains, I think. Oh, longer range. Oh, okay. And faster popping. Okay. Hmm. Wait, what? Huh? This only works for hero? Oh, that's weird. Still 150 speed. More speed and health. Okay. It's such a short road too, one turn and then straight line. It's crazy. That's kinda scary. I have to focus fire so much though, because the road is so short. It's not gonna change unless I change it, right? Oh, wow. That was 0.1 second of reaction time. This just actually zoomed past the stage, holy shit. 2 camo. This should pop leak, but I need this one to be faster. Oh, he got past again? Maybe glue here is not too good. Maybe I should put it here. But this one is more. These two is more of a straight line. This one is too like steep. I didn't think about that. I'm changing it. There. I lost some money there, but I think it's not too. It's not too bad. Yeah, it feels a lot easier to hit. Might need early sniper. Or I can try using destroyer. Like if I put it here, I can still deal some damage. Yeah. Imagine whiffing every shot. And to be fair, it's a very bad spot for this guy as well. Maybe this one is not that difficult, question mark? I take everything back. Oh, what does that mean? Okay. Had a feeling. Yeah, there's not exactly a high ground for me to put. The ceramic is insanely tough. I mean, to be fair, it's like 5 times the health, so obviously it's gonna be insanely tough. But still... Let's hope this works. There's gonna be a lot of ceramics here. Yeah, that works. Press the and it just explodes. We don't put sniper, we upgrade this one first. Then we can put sniper. Pineapple? Oh yeah, my mom started growing a single pineapple outside of the yard, and it's been growing really well, I think. It's weird though, right? That pineapple that is growing, it's like the body is fat, but the leaf is like almost no leaf. Like, you know, the top part of the pineapple, the leaf, is so tiny. I don't know if it's normal. I mean, it sure looks weird, but I mean, it's growing. It exploded again. Explosion good. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, now we can put sniper. Oh, it still doesn't shoot here? Oh my god. I thought it's like... I thought this counts as me being tall, but no. I thought this counts as high ground. Did they nerf it? They must have nerfed it. I'm pretty sure it counts as high ground. Ooh, that was a little bit scary. You get supply drop first.
I popped that balloon. Oh dear, our foxes sit well. Carry on, good girl.
Hmm? But why oops when you pop the balloon? I thought balloon is meant to be popped, question mark? Oh, it stuns. Okay, I see it now. It doesn't deal like direct damage, but it stuns. I mean, the 500, I'm definitely feeling it. This is slightly easier than the last stage, I think. Slightly, question mark? I mean, it's definitely not worse than all regrow bloons, and then regrow rate is 2 times faster. Hi, Matt. You want balloons? Yeah. Must have money. Oh, Merc is doing fantastic. Welcome. Spell myself today. Got 70 body miss. Sands to explore. They came in 7-pack, but I already know 2 of the sand as I use them as my glitter spray. Ooh. Nice. That sounds good, that sounds good. Thank you. Give this plastic fucks. Heck yeah. Very rotastic. Even more heck yeah. Have appointment soon though, but I will just say hey at least. Oh, well, good luck with appointment after. Whatever it is. I'm just turning brain off today and just pop bloons. I promoted some kobolds yesterday to someone who was very interested in kobolds. He said he followed them all. Did you get a random follow yesterday? Not to my knowledge, no. No. I'm okay with that. You like to use... No, it's impossible to find all the kobolds. But since I'm not that well known as well, so it's totally understandable. I don't think they lied. I mentioned you don't play some clips. Oh, you did? Oh, must be my old clips? Question mark. I don't know. Twitch clips is I'm always so scared of Twitch clips. I don't know which clip they're gonna play. It's like yeah, it stuns them. I like it. Had to dig a little to find one with Kobo model. Yeah, Twitch tends to play old clips for whatever reason. It's not a big fan. Stupid Twitch. Yeah, exactly. Just now I was looking at the ad rev video for Twitch as well, right? I played the minimum amount of ads possible, which is 30 seconds of ads per hour, and I didn't get a cent out of ads, so I think Twitch is being very sus here. I mean, sure, I played the lowest amount possible, but for me to get 0, oh, that is kind of I would say, right? Very actually. No problem. Okay, okay. I think if I can get past 78, the rest should be fine. 78 is like the run ender. Let's get 16k. I got the backup chips. Oh! Backup chips are nice. I always love savory snacks instead of like sweet tooth. Like the sweet stuff, I'm not a big fan. Oh. Yay, yay! Okay, okay. Oh, that was scary. The little Tekken, I know, right? That's why I love the skin so much. My favorite one. Bookworm. Just opened a new sense and gave them a sniff. Happy V, they all smell so good. Heck yeah. Oh yeah, what do they smell like? Sweet, perfect. Ooh. And the scent. Wait, oh wait, you mentioned the scent is for like bath bombs? Question mark? Or is it just like a perfume for the room? Air freshener? Wait, no, is it? No. Is it called air freshener? No, air freshener. Wait, no, yeah, air freshener is for the entire room. Or something like that. I don't know, my brain. I think it's getting a little bit spicy here. No wonder, okay. Ooh, yo, that was a little bit scary. Okay, we should be fine now. Max level. Ooh, we're gonna have permanent dragon now. We're gonna have permanent big Tekken. And then using the skill will become purple bomb. Shouldn't have used the skill first. Oops. I think I can save up for one Ultra Juggernaut. I need 3k, oh no. This plus this I think is enough. Yeah, okay, just right. This is it. First try, how is this the easiest? Like this is way harder, this one is so easy. Right, we take it. Nice. 7 cents, vanilla sugar amber, strawberry violet sandalwood, black cherry vanilla musk, plum freesia caramel, ooh, freesia, ooh, and peach cherry blossom musk, pear jasmine, oh pear jasmine, yo, I think I kinda like that. The peach one might be good too, but I don't know about peach smell, but I love peach taste. Mandarin, magnolia and musk. 7 small 50 ml bodies of spray. Oh, money. I got back my 400. I get 100 and I get 250 if I finish these. Should I do it? I mean, for money, I guess. Oh, it's so close. Oh, I bought this one. Oh my god, this is so expensive. What is this? That smells so good. I'm so happy with the precious. It was like 16? The Mandarin one took me by surprise. It's way better than I expected. I'm not very sure what Mandarin smells like, since the word Mandarin to me, it means Chinese, no? Your team will move on to the next. Oh, it's a boss rush. Oh. Alright, orange is also Mandarin, I forgot. Tiny Tekken. Tiny Dino. I love this thing. Should I try boss rush? Boss rush is so stressful though. Alright, what's the map? Who am I fighting against? Bloon areas? On this? Wait, maybe it's not that bad. Who do we have? Is there sniper? No sniper? This is bad. So to my knowledge, boss rush is the boss runs the entire round, the entire map once, and that's it. And see how much you can do, like, the damage. I have to use a lot of these. Yeah, fighter jacks is the way to go. And then this one to deal with hordes of bloons, I guess? Or maybe this one? Yeah, with this one plus this one for the horde. And then fighter jet for the damage on the thing. Yeah, I can try it. There's too much, like, blocking here without sniper. Let's give it a try. It's like a basic plan here. What? Huh? Ballistic obliteration missile bunker? Wait, whoa. Anti-wire explosions, bloon stunning explosions, knockback explosions, bomb has it all. I don't have enough. Oh no! And you have as. Oh my god. So all basic Monke has paragons now? Yeah, paragon. Whoa. No, I don't think paragon is a good way of doing it for boss rush here. Starting money 2000. guess damage is not bad. I think I start by doing this first. Like boss rush always has like a slow start. Damage per hit? Sorry. $1,000? That's gonna take a while. I hope the fighter jet plane can give like a good burst of damage here. Yeah, the explosion is good. That's 2. Yeah, it's going down really fast now. That's good. I'm gonna make as much as possible here. I think I make about 5 and then I'll upgrade this one to more glyphs. This one should upgrade as fast, like upgrade kind of fast-ish, I think. This is the bookworm skin. It's not stupid, you control a bunch of Tekken. Tekken, nice. Uh oh, I forgot about that. Oh my god, that's the Bloonary skill. Oh, okay, we good. I have to take boss rush so slowly. What? How am I extremely biased? If I... Oh. Gentle bites. Should definitely add more. You're a Kobo, that's why you're biased. I couldn't deny that I'm a Kobo. I like being a Kobo. We're at 15. No sniper is such a sad case, honestly. We should be good at defending hordes, but I think just in case I'm gonna add one. This one. Just do strong here. Okay. I don't think it's that worth actually. I wasted money. Yeah. hi Goofy. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. One more ricochet. Okay. How many more? 18 more? Yeah, sure. Gonna explode as much as possible. And we don't need one plane of auto there. I need the fighter Jane plan, fighter plane for the anti-mortar missiles, and that's it. I need to save money because boss rush doesn't give you a lot of money. Spectre costs too much. Or at least this is the only way of like the cost-efficient way of dealing with like bosses as soon as possible. It's only 36k. It's already halfway there. And this one costs I guess it's like about 2k. 24k about. Hi Junoska. I just put anywhere really honestly. Oh, you don't give anyone. Oh, that's really bad. Shit. Okay, wait. Change your plan. Okay, that should be good. Get rid of this one. Juno's guy is doing good. More monkey? 3 left? Okay. Oh my god, there's so many camo, that's kind of scary. Maybe it's not the best. I'm doing pretty okay today. Thank you. I don't know if I'm good though. Everest can protection now, right? I can sell one of these. VSG? Yeah, the UAV is a dragon as well. I don't know what VSG is. It's the best skin of the game. No bias. It's just that good. Vengeful Sun God. Oh. The Vengeful Sun God is way too much now. You don't have another farm here, right? Insta monkey? No, don't use insta monkey. Never use insta monkey. Oh, you can use insta monkey, but I don't wanna. I don't wanna. What can cause more damage to? I mean, I can build this one, but it's so. I could try that strat, but instead of buying a Spectre, I'm buying this one on the next run. Oh, yeah, that's it. Wait. Too late for that. Plus the bloons die too fast for it to actually proc. I mean, 50 is not bad, I guess. First try. Or I could do the cheesy way of spamming bombs. I can cheese with this. But the only thing bad for this is that it doesn't hit anywhere. Only the skill does. It hit everywhere, but... Oh. Definitely not sticky bomb, it costs too much. Spike Factory? What's MDL? Mega Death Laser? It's too many obscure things. Oh wait, put here maybe? But I have to use mouse to control it. I'm lazy. Oh my god, that was so bad. My sister is not playing. How much does Mega Death Laser cost? It's 75k. Oh. That's a lot of tickling. No sniper is so sad, honestly. Look at that tiny dino. That's a lot of tickling. I love this thing. I guess the fighter jet plane is good for early game. How else? Mob assassin costs 3k. Twice as fast? Do they shoot the missile twice as fast too? Like, if they do, that's huge, and they only cost 3,300. Wait, can I start with a fighter jet plane? I mean, that would be funny. Oh crap! Yeah, no. Oh no! I fucked up. I've royally messed up. Oh. I put 1 here for the damage. Let's hope it's fast enough. Oh, this thing has no range. Hiya, grow eyes. Why are you so short? Okay, it's hitting, it's hitting. That's not bad, I think. I think. I messed up so hard. Shit. Eight points per shot instead of 5? Oh, wait, the early game should be good for this one. Oh. I mean, 5 health per shot is insane on like the starting. Yeah. Too bad. Get this. Fuck, I messed up. I should have gotten this one first. Okay. Now we get... Dark Monkey is just sleeping because I put it here. Oh. I'm not so sure what to put here. Oh, so close. Okay. Mushroom George, best music. It's too thick. I think I'm gonna keep making fighter jet plane, and then I'm gonna make like here for like 5 or 6 druids at once. Oh yeah, you cannot hit camel. 20 left? Okay. Let's see how much I can make. Okay. I'll make until I have 5 monkeys left. Then I'll start spamming druid at this area. Just kind of afraid of camel. Not the best. So I need 45k. How many more can I make? 3? Okay. Alright. I don't think I can save up 45k here, it's too much. Okay, we good. Oh, they're already attacking here. Actually, I'll go for this one. I feel like this is not gonna work. I mean, the thing is here. They're not even attacking the ship. No. It's a bad choice. Unless they can really do like a burst of damage towards the end there. Because this shit right here is actually like scary strong. So it's happening, I think. Come on, at least get 51. No, there's no way. The ships, of course. Oh. 51? 51? Come on, 51? Oh. Maybe I should just upgrade all these. Yeah, upgrade to this one. There's no need to make that. These planes are fun as well. Yeah, I like these planes. They can be costly, but they're fine. Actually, how funny would this be? I think this is gonna be very funny. You're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh. Yeah, you're gonna laugh. Boom. Watch how fast this is. Oh. I mean, I guess it's kind of working. Optimization, but then again, these are dangerous though, because they couldn't hit it. Wait, no, wait. Wait, no. Chill, chill. I did the wrong thing. I need camo. Okay. Like the druids are like the early game. The druid worked out. Did it? I'm not too sure actually. It feels like I'm slowing down a lot, or am I faster? I can't tell. But my plan is to just upgrade all the planes I put on the map. I think there's going to be the first burst of balloons here. Every 10, I think? Yeah, every 10, okay. There's only camo, but there's no lead. Maybe I can save more money by only keeping these? No, the Spiker Pole is not that strong. Maybe I still need them at Juggernaut. Essentially, two Juggernaut means easy yellow bloom? Yeah. If only the planes are not that expensive. Although the upgrades are not expensive. Only the 4th tier is going to be very expensive, but that's pretty much it. You know, honestly, don't look down on the darts that they fire as well. The darts actually pop some balloons as well, albeit they are like they are shooting semi-randomly. I say semi. They're shooting 8 ways, I think, or 16 ways, 8 ways. I want to get at least 51. I feel like if I upgrade all the planes I put on the map, I should be able to get like 51 at least. Multiple explosions. Hot shot. No. I'll stick with my own. I'll stick with my old strategy. Okay, 2 juggernaut to defend should be good enough. About halfway. Maybe this is okay-ish. 12 left. Oh yeah, there is lead. Oh. I thought there's no lead bloons. I'm starting to think 2 juggernaut is not enough. Maybe 1 juggernaut, 1 this. Yeah. One last one. Okay, now we can start to upgrade them. Just gonna go for this one. There's only for this one, I think. Let's hope they do extra. It feels like I'm slightly at a faster pace here. Slightly faster, definitely. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I'm not too sure. I don't know if I'm faster or not. I'm not gonna pretend that I know what I'm doing here. I'm just gonna, like, fight a jet plane all the way to victory. I'm pretty sure people can go over 50 easily. I'm here doing the most budget way and the easiest way on getting 50. Consistent 50 at least, I feel like. Hopefully, maybe. Oh, can we deal with the round 50, 10,000 more up though? Shit, I don't know. Well, here we go. Maybe? Come on. Oh my god, we actually did it. This is crazy. We got 51. Okay, maybe we can get 60, hopefully. Go, my planes. Get them. Oh, there's a shit ton of camo. Oh my god. Maybe they need camo detection here. Got any of the bitrate? Yeah, the bitrate is gone here. Sorry, this is the only way that I know how to get high score. The bitrate is gone. Eaten by all the darts that's flying around the map and the explosions. Hi, Zeus. Oh my god, I can actually get to 60 here. No bitrate for y'all. Oh, it's all red now. Oh my god, it's all BFBs, there's no way. Oh, it's a good run. We got 60. We got 60. Nice. Destroying bit rates again? Wow. I want to see how bad it gets. It's probably gonna be extremely bad. It's not as bad as... Okay, yeah, actually it's bad as hell. Oh my god. What am I looking at? The bitrate, oh no. When the bitrate is gone. Do you have any detection where you're shooting random darts elsewhere? No, the only detection that I need is the camo detection. Even if they shoot randomly everywhere, without camo detection, they're not gonna hit the camo bloons. That's why. Hi, Sally. Good lord, what have I missed? Nothing much. I'm just trying to do some boss rush here. They don't. They are like it's a hard requirement for monkeys to have camo detection to hit camo bloons. You cannot hit them. I'm pretty sure. Unless it's like a spike factory, then yeah, you can hit them without camo detection. It's the only one that I know. Like they cannot get hit by mistake, you know. If a monkey doesn't have camo detection, no matter how big of a area they're gonna hit, that they cannot hit camo bloons without camo detection. Well, I'll do the same thing again. Also hope Selic is doing good. Welcome. Get ready for no bitrate again. Enjoy the bitrate while you can. Oh yeah, ability can. I actually never tried that before. But yeah, I'm pretty sure ability can. Oh. Uh-oh. Alright, let's do the same thing. Oh, I thought I had enough. Oops. I love how chunky it is. The chunky damage. I feel so lazy. Like, when I find a strategy that works okay-ish, and then I'll just be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna use that constantly then. Not even gonna try anything new. It's like, hi. Although I guess I did try something new once with the druid thing, but the druid requires too much money. And boss rush unfortunately just doesn't give that much. Oh. Honestly, for the past few days, watching Celeste play Friday Night Funkin' kind of makes me want to play it a little bit as well. The game's great. Well, only the versus Retrospector mod. I don't really play any other mod other than that one. Friday Night Funkin', I mean. Friday Night Fucking. There is camo already. Oh my god, there is camo. I didn't even see it. More. Maybe I should buy like one Ultra Juggernaut. Maybe Ultra Juggernaut is not bad. Maybe. Oh, okay. That's all the monkey. Maybe Ultra Juggernaut can deal quite a bit of damage here because over here it's like like small spaces it can bounce around. I'll buy Ultra Juggernaut once it's in range. Maybe. I mean, it's kind of in range now, but there's still a lot of like Operation Dark Storm that I can buy. Let's save up for this one for a bit. Maybe it can change a little bit. But then again, I highly doubt that I can go over 60. Ultra Juggernaut. Here comes the 50. Okay, we good. No more bitrate again. I think the bitrate is gone quite a while ago. Where the map is just filled with helicopter. Well, not really helicopter, but jet planes or airplanes or fighter planes, what do you call them? The flying vroom vrooms. For the Sky Shredder? It's too much. Like, I can hardly buy all the red planes here. Just 3 more. Yeah, I think 60 has to be the maximum here. With this strategy anyway. Maybe I can refine it to a better one, but I doubt it. I doubt it. Oh my goodness. Immediately went in. Yeah, I think 60 is not bad. There, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, that's hard. It gives reward once you... Maybe I should urge my sister to play for a little bit. Say, hey, fight the boss, yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, that's all the boss rush. Oh, it's a primary monkey? No monkey claims to know the Desperado well, and no rumor matches the accuracy of the iron on that swaggering hip. Attacks in 2 short bursts. Attacks even faster the fewer bloons are in range. Oh. That's a weird skill. I don't think you can shoot outside range. Attacks faster the fewer bloons are in range. Huh? That's such a weird one. Attacks faster the further bloons are from Desperado. Okay, this makes sense. You can see camo. Crit chance goes up, bloon further. Take aim. And target monkey gains improved range, accuracy, and camo detection. Desperado gains a long-range rifle to use against distant target. Mark extra bloon. Proceed attack all mark bloon. Mark bloon takes more damage and give more cash. All desperados can target mark bloons. Attacks much faster but less so when more monkeys are in each weapon attack's range. What? Attacks faster the more bloons are in range. When lives are lost, gets temporary range and attack speed increase. A small amount of cash if a bloon is leaked. Oh! A shotgun? Weaker bloons only take one life each for a short time. They say Desperado shoots so fast that revolvers catch a light. I guess we can train Desperado. Right, what do we have? That's it? 335 Buccaneer. Oh, you don't give Spike Pole? Oh my god, that's so mean. And what's 335 for Monke? So this one. Improve range and cooldown, magic monkey extra appears. What is that synergy? One of these? Beastmaster Monkey? I mean, 335 from this is just sad. Medium, so until 60 only? I guess until 60 this one is good enough. No Juggernaut, so that's kinda sad. What does Ice Monkey has? 353. Remove camera, regrow properties when damaging balloons. Razor sharp shot. First improve. Okay. Remove camo and regrow. So Buccaneer. Burning Hot. Great Shock can pop lead balloons and set balloons on fire. I don't think they can pop ice balloons. Oh. 533. Isn't that like the supporting skill? Beast Handler. Oh. And max beast power, the Orca can drag out until MGs. Slap balloon backwards and plot multiplayers with their razor sharp teeth. Oh, they are so expensive though. I never really realized that. Maybe not the beast handler. I don't know about the beast handler. Okay, let's try the most basic dumb way possible. Alright, we go for this. Or we go for 302 Buccaneer, 3 of them, with camo detection. Actually, with camo detection, just go for 320, and then with camo detection, and then with this one. Yeah, let's give it a try. And stick out and destroy bloons. Where can I put this? I'm pretty sure I can put it here, unless I can? I think it's too thick. I think I can only put it here, so... Do you have camo detection? Naval tactics increase popping power and allows the affected monkeys to hit or balloon type extra camo. Okay, so you don't deal with camo here as well. You will also need to have the buff then. Isn't that a little tough? Oh, wait, medium until 90? Oh, okay. Until 90 is crazy. Can damage blade balloons and remove camo property. Oh, so on level 15, it can remove camo property. But that's 15 though. Oh, let's give it a try. This gets scary. I think you will go for strong. Yeah, your pistol does 2 damage here. I'm sorry. Alright, stand in for cannon. Put it all here so that my monkey village can do like buffs and shit. I always look off the balloons to get past my defenses, pretty much. I still want your spike of gold. This is fine. This is not fine actually. Uh-oh. I lied, that's entirely fine. can do with support, right? So we're gonna pop this. We have an ice monkey here just in case. Ice monkey has 353. Okay, so we're gonna go 350. Actually 250. Slows them down here. This just might work. Oh shit, I forgot my... Oh, I forgot my 63. Yeah, they're gonna pop... Oh no, they're gonna pop my frozen bloom. That's a little sad. I don't know what that does. Attacking, right? Yeah, it's attacking. Kenya is 335. Yeah, let's just, yeah. It's not 78 perfect. Yay. Okay, should be fine. 19K. Let's go with this one. 205? Yeah. When? Why is their goal? What are they after? Who do they work for? Their sus? I guess they're just like a zombie. No, they did. I actually have no idea. Maybe they are working for something. We'll never know. Oh my god. Once this one is done. Here we go. 9 stage and around 90. I wanna explode that. Ooh. Oh my god, they have that? Okay, we good. And the slowdown might have been a little bit bad though. Sub 9? Come on. So close. Is that good? I don't know, but I think that's not bad. First try less than 10 minutes. We take those. Try to beat the best time to move out the leaderboard. I'm scared. Jesus fucking Christ! How do people even do this? I'm within 1,000? Well, hell yeah. That's good enough, I'm within 1,000. How the fuck do they do this, right? Like, is this even humanly possible, is it? Less than 2, do they just spam it? Like, it takes more than this time for them to get out, no? Like, even if you spam fast enough, I feel like all the balloons are gonna appear. Like, it takes more than 2 minutes for all the balloons to appear, but I don't know, man. This is crazy time. Like, 3 minutes makes sense. Yeah, 3 minutes here makes a lot of sense. 3 minutes is like, in my brain, I think that's possible. Anything that's faster than 3 minutes, I don't know. Maybe it's possible, I just don't see it, right? 2 minutes? No way. I don't see it, I don't see it. That's cray. That's cray. Yeah, there's the wrong thing. I mean, I already did the 3 things here, no? Like Odyssey, boss rush, and then the race as well. Kitty? Original EDN only? Hi. Original Striker Jones only? Look at this little dog, oh my god, look at more dog! And Son of Quincy? Quincy isn't complete without Dad of Quincy, wow. Place an upgrade. Appear with a sword of spectral spirit wolves with a smaller flurry at every upgrade. With this open wolf dance place an upgrade effect. Oh. It's only the original though. ETN only? Churchill tank drop? Oh my god, I see. Getting onto this ability is possible, require high PS towers like Wizard. No Wizard. Boomerang. No Boomerang. Dart. Dart, but no top path. No tech tower. No bomb shooter. Offers abilities like Gwendolyn, no Gwendolyn for massive damage with specific YouTube guides offering proven strategy for less than 2-minute time. Look for decent guides to see exact tower placement and timing, as top players achieve times under 2 minutes regularly. None of this appear here, so I think that's kind of invalid now. I mean, of course, like I know Wizard is good, I know Boomerang is good. That like the fucking Juggernaut is so strong. Like with one Ultra Juggernaut, I can just spam the entire wave in, and that's pretty much it. But it doesn't have that, right? Like this is only Spike of Bolt, only Ice Tower, only this hero right here. I don't know what the fucking name is. Where's the ship guy? Okay, Admiral Brickle, right? And it's very limited, right? It is so limited. So yeah, I think that's any like, oh yeah, this is a new one, right? Silas. Power of Ice to boost the power of Ice attack can be placed on land or water. Ooh. Even on water. I mean, there's Gogeta as well. Look at this. Like, of course, any like good skin, I'm gonna buy it. Well, good skin with the biggest quotation mark. Oh my god, tentacles? I mean, I'm only getting this because the dragon pet. What is this? Oh, I am the sea. Oh yeah, I bought this one. I don't even remember. Ready to rescue monkeys and pop balloons. Oh my god, it's actually just a water gun. I just realized. Why do you cost 7k? Even the newest one costs 5k only. Wow. Magical Ice, hit balloon rhymed. Already rhymed balloons are frozen. Already rhymed and frozen balloon burst in an icy explosion. Balloons are slow near Silas. Okay. Orbiting ice fragment projectiles when they attack. Ice monkeys in radius creates orbiting ice fragments projectiles when they attack. So just use ice monkey with Silas then? I mean, fair enough. They're still gonna like camo detection though. Wait, no, they can pop camo. This one. They pop camo in here. Can freeze and pop lead and camo balloons, so I feel like 205 205 is gonna be so good. I don't know. What's here? Boss rush, Odyssey. Oh, there's even like dailies and stuff. There's a boss challenge for here? Oh. Oh, you can just... Oh, wow. You can just change the boss here now? I hate this one. This one is alright. This one is tough. This one is fun. This one is like the easiest one. Fuck this one. Blue, okay, purple. Monkey towers and heroes suffer from reduced range and slow ability cooldown during the fight. The entire fight too, holy shit. Blastapopulus hits on and spoots out fireballs and pyroclastic rocks. Target towers then heroes with pool of magma that prevents selling and ability cooldowns. Reduce duration and attack speed even more. Pyroclastic rocks lands in a circle, blocking a line of sight until they expire. Yeah, I know that. Most projectile hits heat up. And most projectile heats up, okay, with fire, plasma, and laser increasing heat even more. So use those at your own risk, or you could use some ice attacks to cool blast down. When the heat bar is completely filled, explode in rage. Stunning all monkeys, increasing ability cooldowns. So leftover heat causes most projectiles to burn up faster than normal. No wonder. Wait, I remember. Okay. Passive burns off sticky bomb and other damaging effect applied to them, reducing the range of damage over time. So no sticky bombs in shit. I mean, I'll see what the next event is, but I mean there's a lot to do, but at the same time, I don't want to just go for free play. I'm gonna urge my sister to play like the boss rush a little bit because the reward there is kind of tempting. Not gonna lie, like here. I mean, I cannot see what this gets, but these are kind of tempting. Like, I don't know what this is. 300 store. Oh. Moon rabbit. This is kinda cute though. Look for Christmas cards in the fire on your face, dropping messages of joy. Oh, are they trying to get this banner? I didn't even see it. Well, I'm thinking, maybe, I honestly, before I started playing Bloon Tower Defense, I kind of wanted to play, I wanted to play Luna Sid more. After seeing Nexus play it yesterday more, right? I kind of want to play more myself, and I think I can handle the hard reset every death now. All I need to do is unironically not die. Right? Not die, and I will avoid the hard reset, right? And everything should be fine. I think I'll do that tomorrow for Luna Sid. For now though, I kind of want to end here, but it's a little bit on a shorter one. Some players develop highly efficient strategies to maximize damage output with cost-effective towers with specific race rules. Popular choices often include high-pierce towers with good early game value, such as boomerangs, monkey aces, and certain alchemists and subs. Those doesn't... I mean, I'm not top player, but even I know about those kind of like strategy. Because again, those monkey mentioned, not here. Like this, because I'm pretty sure this one is like, since a lot of people know about those kind of strategy, most races will now, you know, ban those monkeys so that people will need to use like a special or different strategy other than just like, you know, spam the spam 402 boomerang or like a 502 dart monkey, or like Buccaneer, or like the spam the 230 submarine. That's also pretty good. All right, but you see, it's very limited, so maybe I'm just not seeing it, right? See, they look strong as hell, so yeah, maybe I don't play this game as much to know about like the monkey synergies and stuff, so yeah. It's okay though. I think my leaderboard... Oh my god, I'm actively being pushed now. I'm already 900. Oh no. Oh, I have a lot. Oh, what is this? DT local first? Wow, I don't know what CT is. Race event top 50? Wait, you're telling me I'm top 50 6 times? Oh, hard alternate balloon rounds, double HP mob, magic monkeys only, standard, 34. I play this game. Nah, actually, I wouldn't say I play this game too much. Not at all. Not at all. I don't think I play this game too much. Nope. What did I get? I'm top 25? Shit! Oh, I didn't know. What's mini race? Oh, is mini race like a smaller group of people competing with each other? I think so. I mean, I'm 26 here, so that's pretty good, no? I think that's pretty good. Now is 5:11. You know what? I saw Celeste play it. That makes me want to play more Friday Night Funkin'. I want to play a little bit. Why not? Like, why not? Let's play a little bit of Friday Night Funkin' before I end the stream. Look, I like Friday Night Funkin' versus Retrospective Part 2, but it's like I always feel kind of shy playing it. Since I understand it's not a lot of people's cup of tea, right? And of course, whenever I want to play Friday Night Funkin', I honestly don't want to just put Friday Night Funkin' as like the category. I would just put just chatting. Mostly because I don't want to interact with the fandom at all. The FNF fandom is too scary. I don't want that. So no, right? No. Okay, let me check. Oh wait, I should change the title as well. In play rhythm game. Play rhythm game. Alright, we could. Let's go here for a bit. I don't want to accidentally show something that I don't want to show. And boom, there we go. I'm just going to pause this, close this. Okay. And I think that's pretty much it. I hope the game is not too loud. Let's open up the game real quick. I'm gonna 17 mukbangs, oh my god. Ah, wow. I'm playing this now? Crazy. Okay, true. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest here, okay? I feel like I play this off stream way too much. Give me a second. Let me go grab something. I need my elbow support. Since plastic chairs doesn't have any support. I have my elbow support with my dragon plushie. I should drink water to eat. Thank you, Jason. Alright, what do I start with? What do I start with? I don't know. There's so many music. I want to make the game louder as well, because it's a music game. Let's do like this maybe. I want the game play on red actually. I should just go free play. Oh yeah, I can change this. Of course, I want to play as this. Hell yeah. I want to play... I don't know if it's too loud actually. I think this is fun. I like this one. Apocalyptro is fun. And then Catastrophe is even more fun and hard. Yeah, let's play this one. I should favorite more, I think. I played this game way too much. It's kind of embarrassing, but I kind of like it too. Like, how can you not love big Tekkens like this one? No, not necessarily Tekken, I think. Lizard, probably. I'm not too sure. I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask me. I have no idea. But gosh, I love the music in this game. It's so good. Last night I've been playing this a little bit as well. Oh, I forgot about the best music. Shit. How can I forget about the best music? Yeah. It's okay, we can play that next. I also love free play that I can just play as any character I want. That's a bit fast, holy shit. Having elbow support is nice. Galactic deity, huh? Sunspots get nibbles. Thank goodness I'm not sus. I think. You know, keep on this network. Oh, my plushie dropped. Oh my god. Hello, I am your friendly neighborhood dragon space god. Oh, and I wiggle wiggle. Well, I do love dragons. Don't know about the god part, but hey, dragon is always nice. Hello. And the wiggling dragon even better. Oh my god. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god. There's so many cool characters in this game, I swear. I love all of them. I blame Celeste for making you want to play this game. It's so good though. Nice. Specifically, I'm Noodle. Oh my god, Noodle. I love Noodle. Look at that dragon. Oh my god. Look at that dragon. I like dragons so much. Ay, ay, ay. Right shift? Oh, right, of course. And then we played Catastrophe. Best music. Well, not second best, I would say. No, there's too many music to say best. There's too many good ones. I can't say. Nope. Nope.
3, 2, 1, go.
Look at that big pop dragon. Oh my god. I love them. The music is so good too. I'm gonna cry. Not like that. I can make it louder. Oh yeah, it's so good! Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Cousin? The dragon is so hot. god, the dragon voice is so good. It complements the boyfriend noises so well. Best part? It's so good. I always love this music so much. Honestly, the dragon noise, the dragon voices, complements the entire music so well, holy shit. Does this destroy bitrate actually? Oh, so good, holy shit. God, no matter how many times I listen to this one, it's so good. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my god, big dragon. No matter how many times I listen to this one, I always have goosebumps. Maybe I'm weird for this, but I don't know. It's so good though. Okay. Only 17 misses? I mean, if I didn't mess up that one, it could have been lower, I think. God, it's so good. Holy shit. Let's play the best music of the entire game. This one. The best music of... Oh my god, look at that. Oh, kitty. Oh my god, kitty.
3, 2, 1, go.
Look at the kitty. Oh my god, kitty. The best music in the game. Hell yeah. Unironically my favorite one. Kobo easily impressed by Big Dirt, as a Kobo should be. Yeah. I love Dragon. Big Dragon. We love Kitty. Yippee Kitty. Hell yeah. We love Kitty. The kitty's spitting bars though, holy shit. It's so adorable. Meow. Meow. Love the meow. The meow is like NGIAU. Meow. It's so adorable, kitty. Okay, I played this. This one? No. No. Ooh, this one is good. Actually, let's change to... Oh, I have Night Flayed as well? I forgot. Oh, this one took me a long time to unlock this one. Holy shit. Alright, let's have Insation here. Gulunisher. Sometimes I feel like I'm weird for liking dragons so much, but... And then I'm immediately reminded that I'm a kobold, so it's not weird at all. It's normal behavior. Goat Demon though. I love Goat Demon. Honestly though, the characters in this game are just so good. They're all like very well designed. Give me a second. Oh, Galactic Theory, thank you. This one's really fun. The fast section is like just the right amount of fast. So good. I really love this one, like, fast section. So good. The fast section is like just the right amount of fast for me personally. It's like, so good, oh my god. Of course I have to play Cutlery now, right? I'm gonna play a full set of the music. I just love playing as Fun Size Hive Mind.
3, 2, 1, go.
Fun Size Hive Mind is so adorable. Look at her. Little bug. So cute. To be fair, the Fun Size characters are so adorable. I love the scream so much. The scream is like a different animation as well. So good. Kobo doesn't get distracted unless it's... No, actually I get distracted too easily. Good girl, back. Am I a robot with this? No way. No. I feel like I'm okay-ish. Maybe. Alright, we have to change character for this. So, to my knowledge, if you choose a certain character here, the music will play at a different version, which is the version that I like. So, I'm gonna play that one. Also, best character in the game though? Hive Mind? Oh my god, look at this. Oh my god, purple. So many purple. I love purple. And so many shiny as well, oh my god. Shiny. I want shiny. Shiny good.
3, 2, 1, go.
Actually, is the music, is the game too loud? Or... I shouldn't ask that. Can you guys hear what I'm saying, actually? I have no idea. I mean, according to feedback, it should be fine. I need to find more rhythm games. I love rhythm games a lot. Oh my goodness, it's happening. Holy shit, oh my god. Purple. Oh yeah, I should mention epilepsy warning. I'm sorry, I just said it now. Hi Ash. Oh my god, Kobo friend. Kobo friend. Thank you. Hope Ash is doing good. God, her music is just so good though, oh my god. I mean, music good, character looks hot as heck. And Kobo like very purple. And of course the late jump scare. I mean, it's not. It's kind of the lick, but not the lick. The lick is like more swing. This one is like flat, but it is the lick. The lick. That's how you know. Lick jump scare. More purple. Oh my god, purple. And oh, holy shit, I never realized. Look at this huge shiny. Holy. I need that. I want it. I want it. It's mine. I want
3, 2,
shiny.
1, go.
I think shiny good. I'm still surprised that I kind of got it. Not anymore. I forgot it's a whole note. It's okay, this music is the best. I could listen to it multiple times. Oh my god. You're good at this, am I? I honestly saw like I saw Celeste play this and it's like, oh my god, I want to play this again. To look at the hot characters, and also I love rhythm games. This part is so cool. All the shaky notes as well. God, so good. The purple, oh my god, the purple. And the 5 mine way too much. Honestly, no, you can never love a character too much. I take that back actually. I don't know. Only 4, oh. I like Hive Mine a lot. The music good. I like the music. Oh yeah! Oh, I forgot about Pentalumbra. Pentalumbra is also very hard. Let's play this one. I might have a lot of rhythm game experience when I was in mid school. But then again, I also play this game a lot as well. For like a good while. Although I did stop for a bit. Eventually coming back again. Just to look at hot dragons. Look at her! Oh my god! Look at them! Holy shit! Very simple. This part. Couldn't keep up. The change between major and minor is so good, holy shit. Sometimes I'm really afraid to press the note as well. There's too many, like, trap notes. But it's a part of the game, it's normal. So smooth. Double head. It's so cool. It's self-harmonized? Holy shit. Gosh, Pendulumber is so hot. I'm getting out of control, help. Oh no. Getting out of control. Ah! Like look at that stair though. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. From a dragon to oh my goodness. Oh right, Night Flame. Right. This is really cool. Yeah, sure, let's play this one. Fuck yeah, I love this one as well. She's looking down at you. I know, right? Oh, I need more dragon doing that to me. Uh-huh. No, I didn't say anything. It's okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's fine. I didn't say anything. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. This one can be a little bit louder, I think. Yeah. Look at that tail. Oh my god. That tail movement. Oh my god. She's so cool. Oh my god. She's not a dragon though, but she's cool as heck. Scythe lover. Very understandable. Very understandable. Too bad. I was trying to full combo this one. It's all good. I always mess up that part. And too much left hand. And too much left hand action. Imagine if I hit one more. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's okay, don't worry about it. Just gonna cut myself a few times. In-game, in-game. Not real, not real. Versus Tabby is so cool. Oops. It's Celeste! It's Celeste! And Dragon! I blame Celeste for making me want to play this more. Hi Tesla Coin, hi TJ Point, hi Sorrow, hi Celeste. Welcome. Oh my god. Thanks for the raid. How was stream? Let me play this real quick. We're gonna appreciate the music. Hi V. And then the best part, heck yeah. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Banger song art and character. I know, holy shit. Everyone is so cool. I'm gonna cry. How's my new Kobo? Oh my god. I'm doing pretty okay today. Although my body kinda hurts after yesterday's badminton session, but it's all good. The good kind of pain. Hope Celeste is doing good. Hope Dragon is doing good. And again, so please have great nights. It's okay. Thanks for raiding in as well, TJD Point. Are you coming to VR meetup tomorrow? I'd love to see you. I don't know. I kind of want to join, but I feel like I feel like my
Results conclusive. Ta-ta.
oh thank you Evie. I wanna join. Aww. I can't help but feel scared too though. because I feel like I might just get overwhelmed and stand at one place. I think that's normal too though, since that's been always the case when I join a VR chat meetup. But also, before anything though, welcome in Raiders for Celeste. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Have a good luck, Sorrow. Thank you. You can stay in one place with me. Wait, plenty of people are quiet and just stick close to you. So you can always do that. I guess I could. Crap, what's the time again? Time. I need to convert the time real quick. I didn't open up Google? Hi. 3 PM PST to 7 PM PST. PST. Apa dia PST already? PST to Malaysia time. Oh, PST to GMT then. Maybe I can do that. Because Malaysia is GMT plus 8. GMT plus 8? Sure. Converting PST to I've been here before. Okay. It's tomorrow for me, right? Tomorrow. Okay. It's January 16 for me, so it's going to be 17 for me, I'm pretty sure. 如果是傍晚3点的话，傍晚3点是到7点，对，3点到7点。所以是早上下午3点是早上7点。Oh my god, I have to wake up so early. I mean, it's entirely possible. Entirely possible. I just have to wake up at 6. It's not that I never done that before. When I need to work, I have to wake up at 6. Hi, Nina. Why is it in GMT? I get confused. Oh, good. The GMT is 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Last time I wake up at 4. Oh my god, that actually reminds me. My first ever stream. Oh, my first ever streamer that I was following was Tianlong, right? So to watch his stream, I have to wake up at like 3 a.m. Exactly 3. I was like, whoa. Oh wait, he's streaming. Oh shit. It was funny. I like it. Send the DM. Okay. Let me look good. Oh, so I was right then. Okay, so 7点到11点7点到11点 So it's January 16th for you, so it's going to be January 17th for me then. Yep. Okay. 7点到11点 Oh, and then 12 I can... Oh, and then 12 I can stream. Oh my god, that's actually like perfect time. Wow. I mean, I would love to join, yeah. But I probably won't be able to stick around until like 10 or 11. I'll try to get as close to like 7 a.m. for me. I probably have to leave around 9 or 10 at most. Yeah, since I need to bring my mom up for breakfast, brunch around this time, and then yeah. Tomorrow is Saturday, right? Yeah, tomorrow is Saturday. No problem. I think I can do like keep this as long as you can. If you try to, I went. Oh my god. I wanna join. My cat mauled the hell out of my thumb, but it's been a few days now, so it's finally recovering. Oh my god. Well, at least it's recovering. Thank goodness nothing happened to your thumb. Or nothing bad happened. It'll be in 13 hours, the time zone made it sound different. Looks about right to me. The DM time you sent to me is exactly like this one. Yeah, 7 to 11. 7-11? Gonna head out now, don't relax, good luck with stream. Thank you, Dragon. Thank you. Thank you for the week. Have good rest. Thank you, Dick. I'll try to join. I actually want to join. This is the perfect time. I just need to wake up a little bit earlier than usual and it should be good. I'm such a lazy bro. When nothing happens, during stream days, I usually wake up at 9 or 10. 9. No, 10. 10 is too much. Wake up at around 9 plus. It's like, wow, I'm a lazy bro. Alright, I'm gonna play the best. I love how every time I choose some music, it's always the best music. So it's 11 PM tonight. Yay! My Kobo friend. I don't have any VR headset though, so my movement will always be like jerky and awkward. I think I'm okay with that.
Give me an IPU!
Heck yeah, Ash. We have 2 Kobos at least over there. Go demon mama. only played on Windows the last time, so it's all good. Oh, that's good though. Good to know. Her voice fits so well. Holy shit. Minsation's voice fits so well. The chorus sounds so cool. Oh my god. Full combo this one. I'll try. That's why there was a corner like 4 to 5 kobolds. Ooh, that's very adorable. I like kobolds. And kobold nice. She's so cool, oh my god. Got him. Nice. Full combo. Full combo. Full combo. Heck yeah, heck yeah, heck yeah. Oh, I forgot about crop throw. This is hard as fuck, actually. Wait, before I play that one though, let's play this one once more. Oh my god, look at Kitty, oh my god. Kitty. Kitty. We love Kitty, oh my
3,
god.
2, 1, go.
The best music in the game, fuck yeah. The meow music. The meows are so good. When Kitty spit bars, oh my god. Best music. Meow. Do I want to destroy my PC? I guess I can. I mean, it's not exactly destroying my PC here. I don't think I can win against Philippe, like, even now. I won against them once, but it's so difficult. This is so fucking hard. I can try Rainbow. I think I can beat Rainbow. Not kaleidostrophic, no way. Let's try this stupid horse music. I'm Philippe. Bebop. Yeah, it's me, Philippe. Wow. Philippe. Philippe.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh my god, even the background is like rainbow. Fuck, I forgot about this. Alright, here we go. It's about to go down, holy shit. Actually penis music. Oi! Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Coward hood? Try again? Can escape me? I... Come?
3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to 2016. Actually a banger though. Oh. Oh my god, spitting bars. Come. Alright, there's more, I forgot. I'm so afraid to press. The glitch beats is so hard to press. We get. Just don't press it. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. That's it, right? The SO2016 song? I know, right?
Thank you so much for playing my
FNF mod.
Bitch just crashed my game. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Alright, and there's a few more music that I want to play for a little bit longer. Sakurama is not real. Just drops the bomb like that. Let's play this one. Grab throw is so heckin' cool, oh my god. What? Don't worry about it. It's just fully. It's just fully. It's fine. I don't think I can pass this one. This one is like super hard. I can't even keep up with this. Maybe using purple is not a good idea here. I should probably change character, but we'll see.
3, 2,
Oh, the notes are red, I think. It should be fine. I can differentiate between them. Look at the design of Corrupt Troll. Oh my god, look at the sprite work. I'm gonna cry. It's so cool. Yeah, I can differentiate between them. This might be the coolest song in the game, I feel like. Skip notes for this one. Yeah. I'm panicking. We're still fine. it's like 5 or 6, and then no more health bar. It's already pushing back so hard. One more. Oh, did they nerf it? Oh, they nerfed it! Now it's 7? 7 I can still push back a little bit? Oh, the Corruptro got nerfed! Hell yeah! 7 and then they push back, because I remember in the previous version I think it was like 5 or 6? 5? I think at 5 you cannot regain health anymore. It's like, wow, shit, that's so scary. Yeah, Corruptro is cool as fuck, holy shit. Alright, let's play my favorite music again, and then I'll probably call it a day. Maybe play a few more. I don't know. Night Flight? Yeah, Night Flight. My favorite catastrophe. Big Tekken. Look at that big Tekken. Very big Tekken. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Alright, time to look at big Tekken.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh my god, big dragon! This could possibly be my absolute favorite music. This one. The deep catastrophe, the deep catastrophe voices complements the entire music so well. Best part, oh my god, so hard, holy shit. Every time I play this music, I'm just gonna gush over this music so hard. Look at the big dragon now. Oh my god. Having goosebumps. Ooh, the key change as well. Fuck, it's so good. Holy shit. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Hot dragon. Please crush Kobo. Under what? The dragon roar, oh my god. Shakes the screen, oh my god. Hi Narix, Kobo still on just chatting. I don't want to put the Friday Night Funkin' category here. I'm afraid to interact even with a little bit of the fandom. No. So I'll just put just chatting when I play Friday Night Funkin' because I don't wanna. It's so scary. Alright, last two music. I must play this again. More purple buck. More purple buck. Hope Nanix is doing good. In second. Look at this buck. Oh my god.
3, 2, 1, go.
โอเคกว่าอายุไอ้ใหญ่ I will hug the dragon. No, haven't played the free challenge yet. I'm scared because the performance is so bad right now. It's even worse than Title Update 3. Like I don't even farm. I didn't even farm invoke Mazios as much. A support Dirk and which was an ATK as well. I mean, you don't have to. Just blame them for not healing themselves. Just doing Monster Hunter in general? That's fair. I usually have this burnout time when I play Monster Hunter a lot as well. But then again, I'll usually come back to the game after a while, so it's normal. It's normal. Purple hot buck. Oh my god. Purple
3, 2, 1, go.
Whisper out more in this. Oh, I thought you're like tired of Monster Hunter in general, meaning that you want to take a break from Monster Hunter. The best character. I cannot do Jax. Oh, actually, it's just double tap now. I love their music so much. Heavily rocky and shit when I'm actually fucking awake. That's fair. I might give it a try after the January performance update. How long does the free challenge last for? I never really played these. No homo? Oh, wait, overtime is really fun though. Let's play overtime. Is it overtime? Yeah, it's overtime. Overtime is really fun, I forgot. Potentially last one, I guess. Thank you, Jameson.
Give me an IPU!
Oh wait, I forgot to change character. Must play as fun-size hive mind. Very important. Fun-size hive. Yeah, look at that little fun-size hive mind. So adorable. Best character. I like being. Oh my god, it's kind of loud. Oh.
Give me an IPU!
Yeah, I think it's like okay-ish. I'll leave it at that. My fingies. Oh my god, my left eye cannot keep up. This is a left hand destroyer. Holy! Yeah, I forgot how hard this is. It's difficult. Ow, 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 ow. My fingies! Oh my god. I need water. But holy, yeah, this song is fun as hell. 4 days left, give or take. Oh my god, really? I thought it lasts for a long time. Wait, no. I guess I have to do it tomorrow. I'll do it on stream, so that I can ask for help. Careful you don't get RSI. Eh? What's RSI? Repetitive strain injury. Oh, no. I would not injure myself. If I feel like painful, I'll stop immediately. That one was just like a little bit of a and then it's fine. It's not like and then forever no. Oh, that was so good. I mean, I want to like this one, but this one is like okay-ish on me. This one. If you keep your hand in a similar pose for too long, doing the same thing for too long, you will get an injury. Just make sure to do something else every so often and you should be fine. I should be fine, I feel like. Yeah. Pretentious is fine, I think. Yeah, let's play this one. So this is my mine, right, I think.
I-P-U.
Wait, gold demon at the back. Oh my god, I just saw that. Oh, the gold demon is so cute. Look at her. Oh my god. hand. After about this part.
Mic check.
Mic check. Not bad. Alright, what do we end off with? What do we end off with? I'm thinking Miles again. Like, I cannot resist the power of kitty music. It's too good. I don't know what Rock 1 is though, but yeah, let's end off with this one. The best music in the game. Oh my god, love looking at that kitty, holy shit. It's a bread. It's a bread kitty, oh my god.
3, 2, 1, go.
Bread. Oh wait, does it have like different pictures every time we load it? Oh my god. I just realized. Every time there's a different picture, oh my god. Meow. Meow, meow. wait, we should have ended at Philippe. No, we don't do Philippe anymore. We don't. I mean, Philippe kind of reminds me of the. What do you call it again? Penis music, I think. Wait. Well, thank you. I will drink.
Getting freaky on a Friday night yet.
Thank you. Alright, we stop here for the day. I had fun. Close this one. Boom. Okay. I can't stop here. But why? But why? Why though? I kinda wanna though. Because I'm listening. Oh my god, no way. The first music is Miles. No way. What the fuck, YouTube? Does YouTube know some shit? Oh my god, that's kind of scary actually. I never looked up Miles. Big Booba Furry? Oh, this one? I think it's Ryo the production. Oh wow, look at that Jigo physics, holy shit. It's always listening. It's so... It's kind of scary, not gonna lie. Well, I have two. Of course I have two. If the... Ooh. It's so good. What? Already liked? No way. What? Since when? Since when? No way. I don't even remember doing that. What? Oh my god, kitty. Should we have pre-pen interaction? Gosh, I know, right? Wait. Ding yong yong yong. I'm being spoiled. Oh my god. Well, I guess tomorrow we'll try out Monster Hunter Wilds to get the thing. And get the Jin Dahan. Arch-tempered Jin Dahan. What's happening? Why is it like mega fast? Kitty. Kitty. Heck yeah, yep. Did you buy all the DLC for Wilds? No, I didn't. Oh, bring! Oh my god, I want to. Snake Raid. Hi, Brian. Snake. Hi, Sir Lexalot. Ooh, nice name. That's me too. No. Wait. Oh no. Listen to kitty music. Hiya, Luke. Shiniku. Hi, Breeze. Hi, Mr. Squabbit. Hi, Ralita Wolfie. Alright, y'all are gonna listen to kitty music now, okay? Yeah. Oh yeah, Breen can do that, right? Of course. Hi, Breen. Hi, Squabbit. Hi, everyone from Raid. Uh-oh. I was about to raid out. Oh no! Oh no! Alright, now y'all listen to kitty music. Squabbit squad inbound. Heck yeah! Hope you are doing good. Welcome. While the kitty music plays in the background, you're not allowed to leave. Hi, Kobo. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragon stupids. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Heck yeah, hope you are doing good. Sorry to know what doing. It's okay, don't worry. I mean, thank you for the rain. There's no need to be sorry. Oh my god. So what did we do today? What did we do? We turned our brain off and I turned my brain off and I played Bloon Tower Defense 6, which is really fucking nice. With a bunch of Odyssey, we did a bunch of like time attack and stuff like that. Oh, we did boss rush as well. Heck yeah! And then we play a bunch of Friday Night Funkin' because well, I blame Celeste for that. Look, I've been watching Celeste stream and Celeste has been playing it. Celeste has been playing it for a bit, and I saw her play. And it's like, oh my god, I want to play more Friday Night Funkin'. I suggest rating Johnny. I've been rating Johnny a lot. I want to see who else I want to rate, but if not, I am rating Johnny. I love Johnny. Shiny Dirk, amazing. Alright, we're gonna change music. Okay. No more kitty music. There we go. I will listen to kitty music in my own time. I'm just thinking for gold and Kobo to help him and chew on him. Oh, I mean, usually when I see Johnny, I just throw a big plushie at him. Because plushie means love. And I like plushies. Somebody bolts, I'm a part-time Kobo. Ooh, nice! And kobolds are nice. I love kobolds. Well, I love dragons more than kobolds. Yeah. Sorry, my brain doesn't work anymore. Wow, imagine brain not working. Oh my god. Yip. Hi, Square Bit. Magic Cap, hi. You like Derek more than kobolds out there? It sounds like Johnny right now. I like dragon. I like dragon so much to the point where I become a kobold. I like dragons so much that I became a kobold. That's how Tira manifested somehow. Imagine if you like dragons so much, and then a kobold manifests, and then it becomes you. That's me. That's me. Lore? Oh my god, lore? Holy shit. Usually my character doesn't really have like a lot of lore or anything like that. It's just like I like being that species and I want to make it like, and I just make it something like that. Yeah. As simple as that, no lore. We found a fun friend in the deep dark murky water in Abiotic tonight. That sounds very scary. Is that friend? It's not a hydro deer, right? We love the slime interaction. I'm sure that like dragons become dragons, professionals turn to kobolds. Maybe, I don't know. I just think dragons and kobolds are all professional because I love them all. Hello. Oh. And welcome. Mafia. Oh. Thank you, Mafia. My favorite kobold who prefers on the kobolds. Hey, kobold like kobolds is nice too. I'm a little bit of I want dragons and kobolds. I want both dragons and kobolds. I am so greedy beyond belief. I cannot believe it. Oh my god. Oh yeah, before anything though, I started playing Dragalia Lost again lately. Nine Solar. Tekken. Also, look! Tekken. I started playing Dragalia Lost again because I do that, but I cannot help it. Must have dragon. Like, there's so many phone games out there. Nothing come even, like, no game come even close to Dragalia Lost. Like, the amount of dragons in the game is crazy, and a dragon calling me darling is like, I'm gonna melt. Okay. I will melt on the spot. I became a puddle. Right, that's how much I like dragons, okay? Dragons are so nice. I cannot believe it. Of course, I mean, Dragon Lost has like a shit ton of dragons in there, right? It's a game where you get to play as a dragon as well. I mean, you can essentially transform into dragon, and based off of how you build your character, you can stay in dragon form for potentially the entire fight if you want. Potentially. But that's like a very specific build and for a very specific character. But essentially you get to TF into a dragon from time to time to become stonk and just like destroys everything. Johnny dipping a gold in as a couple and hung with the delicious food. I mean, Johnny's been playing gold mining simulator for like the hardest difficulty, I think, or like the second hardest, because the hardest is just not fun. I kind of want to like steal the gold that Johnny has. Like stealing is just what Kobo does, I think, or maybe at least for this Kobo. Nope. No stopping simping. Nope. Because dragon nice. I like dragon. I want dragon. Dragon good. Dragon very very nice. Wait.
Brain go bad.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Whenever dragon presents, and then Cobalt brain just goes, oh. Mush. Mush. That's pretty much it. Wait. I like dragon. Oh yeah, I should probably look for raid. Oh, Ixon is still streaming. Wow. Void Train. Ooh. I kinda want to raid Ixon, but I also kinda want to raid Johnny. Decisions. I mean, they are both taken. Oh, I forgot. Never try to check the dragon tag. Oh, at least the first 4 is like actual dragon. Well, the one I followed, and I'm the 5th one. I'm the 5th one. Wow. I have a dragon tag, but I'm a Kobo. I mean, close enough, right? Kobo, dragon. Yeah, close enough. Kobo share one brain cell. So if one go blue or go blue, we all share the same brain cell. Exactly. Do I have a brain cell? I don't even know if I have brain cell actually. I'm gonna say that I don't have any brain cell, so a Kobo with no brain cell, and then there's just me on stream. There's drool. Like face blank. I could just convince another boat to do it for you. They'll eat gold. I would eat gold. Gold good. Oh. Since I don't have a NASA computer, have any of you tried Dragon Con yet? The game looks cool, but my PC cannot handle it, so I didn't play it. Dragon Con. Dragon Con. I mean, I wish it's Dragon Con, but this one, like you play as a dragon in like a more Devil May Cry kind of game. But because my PC is not NASA computer, I cannot play this game. Like the demo is unfortunately extremely unoptimized, so my PC couldn't handle it. My brain cell is shared between myself and 2 friends as well as 3 doggos, so the chances of it being in my position are slim. Too many trying to share the brain cell. We need more games like this, right? Playing as like non-human character, and I don't mean elf, alright? The game is always like, oh, you don't play as a human, you play as elf. It's like, 哎呀妈的点柒可以吗？真的是 You know what I mean? It's like, give me dragon, 哎呀，扒过去，等一下一只给我玩人的那种酷。I'm sorry, I just had to went for a rant, man. Elfish is human with pointy ears, fuck. Exactly! Right? Like, and then other than that, you have like tiny human. I mean, dwarf, I guess? It's a little bit different than human, but it's just tiny human. My DM is setting up D&D groups where kobolds get more intelligent the more kobolds there are. Ooh, that's concerning. Imagine if a kobold is intelligent. That's kinda scary, I feel like. I mean, I'm not intelligent, but imagine if I am though. Probably can't do much. I'll just like dragons even more, I guess. When I'm presented with more brain cells, the extra brain cell, I'm gonna use it to simp more dragons. Thank you very much. That's how I'm gonna use it. That's how I'm gonna use my intelligence. I like dwarves. That's fair. I'm just not a big fan of dwarves or anything humanoid, actually. Oh, thanks for snoozing the ad. Kobo intelligence is wasted on dragon simping. What? It's not wasted. It's used for good cause. Simping dragons. How is that waste? No, that's not wasting. I have degrees, so maybe I'm a clever kobold. Ooh, very clever. Well, I have diploma. It's so funny that I have diploma at game development, but I hate after going through the game development course, I hate it with a passion. I never want to touch code anymore. It's so difficult. Instead, I'll do art. I'll do 3D model assets and stuff like that. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's easier, but it's more to my liking. Yeah, I think that's a better way to put it. My Kobo brain is wasted on kobold simping. Oh my god. Johnny needs the kobolds for his mind. I mean, there's multiple here. The coding sucks not to make something work and then you feel amazing. Yeah. And then you encounter the next problem, it's like, hiya. Hiya. Ow. Right. It is also because I went through game development course. I just feel like I have more respect towards like indie game developers or like game developers in general, right? Yeah. Although yes, okay, honestly I shit on games sometimes. But I don't just shit on for the sake of shitting on games. I feel like I shit on them, and then I give a reason, which I think is kind of a valid reason. I wouldn't say it's a criticism, but it's just like, yeah, okay, maybe it is criticism. I don't know, right? Okay, I may be brutally honest. I think I'm brutally honest sometimes, okay? He's getting blushy right now, Kobo's showing at his rubber form. Well, I hope the rubber doesn't explode. I mean, what if he has a leakage? Johnny Deck's gonna become a flat Dirk. Your tail is twisty. It's like I'm talking to my tail. My tail is like a microphone. Microphone. I'm hungry. I should probably raid on and get some food. Tomorrow I'll do some Monster Hunter Wilds. I need to get that pendant. I need to get that Arch-Tempered Jin the Heart. I don't know if I can solo and get it at A rank, but I'll fucking give it a try. Since the performance is like absolute shit right now. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. The performance is so shit that I don't even play the game anymore. I just hope that they fix it soon. Last play January 8th. Close enough. It's been a while. I mean, after the last like Gok Mazios hunt, the constant freeze and stuttering just makes it unplayable. Cobalt Monster Hunter? Yeah. Cobalt Space Marine? Cobalt Space Marine? Space Marine? Where? There's a Cobalt Space Marine? Cobalt Space Marine. There's no Cobalt Space Marine. I mean, I know because I searched for it. I thought there's like a Cobalt game that I can play as. For the Yippera? Oh, there's a free game right now? Shit! Drift over some of Japan's most legendary mountain passes. Compete against your friends or players from around the world in epic battle. Make deliveries, buy new cars, and set records for the world ranking. Oh, increased review. Oh, so all-time review is mostly positive, but the recent review is like maxed. I wonder what's up. I mean, game looks kinda cool. It's free, so... it's free, just add to account. Heck yeah, free game. I'm gonna check the comments. I'm gonna see if I can find some funny ones. Oh wow, it's all, oh my god, it's all thumbs down. UI sucks, graphics are okay, camera is jank, but the voice chat lets me scream at random people while flying by at 250 kilometers per hour. 10 out of 10. Even the thumbs out is like a meme thumbs out. Oh my god, wait, what happened? Why is this not in early access? Neither is the time you get kicked off from a server after a couple seconds, and even if you do not, your car can just get stuck making you switch servers. Oh my god. Even for a free game, they're not recommended? Oh my god. This game is horrible in every aspect. I only got it because it was free, not worth your money or your time. It was hard to settle with G29 on the game that keeps putting me in reverse. What? All players are glitching in and out to race servers, making the game playable only for 5 seconds at a time, waiting for it to be fixed and rewrite the review, but until then... Oh my god. Like... Oh... I assume they got it for free, and even then... That's kinda scary. I would recommend. Physics implementations are terrible. Handling of the cars, you're either speeding up so fast or sliding. Car accelerates faster than it slows down. There is no single player ability to play. Oh no, yeah, okay. Any Kobo games worth it right now? I'm pretty sure you heard of it, but Kobo Kobo Story Trenchcoat Adventurer is like really good. This one. Been playing it for quite a bit. The recent difficulty update is really nice, and I hear that there's going to be a new update soon-ish for like the magic rework and stuff. So this game is great. You play as 3 kobolds in a trench coat, and you do dungeon crawling. Look at them, adorable. This game is literally perfect, I'm telling you. Eat everything, get strong. Just need 2 kobolds for my trench coat. Wow. To be fair, Ash is big, so I can see why. Ash big. Can I eat gold? No. There is shiny. Like there is shiny, but it's your like currency, and you cannot eat the currency. The only thing that cannot eat is like the essential items that you cannot eat, like key and stuff like that. That game not recommended. Wow, rude. Cannot believe it. A kobold doesn't support a kobold. Hi, how could you? I cannot believe it. Wow. Wow. Cannot believe it. Are you a kobold? Oh no. Oh no. Are you no kobold? Oh no. Let me eat gold. I have gold. Consequences be damned. Ooh, I heard a lot of good things about Dave the Diver. Let me wishlist this one. My skills are gold pretty much. Well, guess I'm eating your scales though. What the fuck? Fishing at a lake full of cats? What is this game? What the fuck? Yo, wait, no. What is this? New cat discovered Fred. It's so good. It's 3 ringgit. Oh my god. It's 3 ringgit. Oh. I am buying this right now. It's so good. Love this stupid rock. Hell yeah. Oh my god, you can fish cats. Benevolence. Oh my god. I have to buy it. I have to buy it. Like, I have to. I have to buy it. It's only 3 ringgit. Like, 3 ringgit. Oh my god. I don't think I've seen a game that costs 3 ringgit. I can just buy it with my Steam balance. Wow. Holy shit, I'm buying it right now. It's so good. I have to buy it. Germany? Where? Who? I bought it. I just had to do it. Fishing at the lake full of cats. I'll bite back. I got 3 ringgit. Double G. I'll buy 2. Give me 1 Zeus, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, ringgit is the currency that we use in Malaysia. Malaysian ringgit, or if you want you can use like MYR. I'm out of stock. No! Cannot believe it. Zeus is out of stock. Why am I still here? Just to suffer. Ugh. Crying Kobo noises, I cannot believe it. Yeah, Malaysia. Can I play already? Oh! If you want, you can pre-order, you can buy me for 40k USD. But 3 ringgit. I'll wait for it. I'll wait for you to be. I'll wait for you to be in stock that I can buy for 3 ringgit. 3 ringgit. Oh my god. Oh, excellent rated to Johnny. Okay, okay. You sell fast? It's okay, I can wait. I always stock 1 me at a time. I'll wait for the winter sale. I'll wait for the Lunar New Year sale then. Oh, I actually felt like super duper hungry. Oh no. I need food. Oh yeah, while I'm still here, let me update a little bit of things then. In the very near future, I think I'll put ads back on to 3 minutes per hour, right? Currently it runs at 30 seconds per hour. I know, right? I know it's like bad because I'm putting ads back on. But currently I feel like Twitch is scamming me actively. Right? So my whole stream at average, Twitch is playing about 45 minutes of ads on my channel on average. And sure, it's not a lot. I put it as like the lowest amount possible, alright? But the fact that Twitch gave me 0 for it when the ad still plays on my channel, and yeah, it's an absolute scam. So yeah, I'll probably get back to like the usual 3 minutes per hour ad break. I know it's like I don't like ad too, right? But yeah, I'm thinking of using the ad as like a little break as well. Like 3 minutes, not too long, not too short for a break anyway. But for audiences, 3 minutes of ad is crazy, right? So I can totally understand if like people are upset about it, but I kind of want to do it since I'm getting 0 for ads right now. It's such a fucking scam. Fuck Twitch, honestly. Everyone needs a little break. True. Flops. I'll flop on top of you. I'm small, I can do that. Alright, let me plug my things real quick then. I have a coffee. Coffee nice, coffee good, coffee helps. If you fancy helping me a little bit more, then just sub in. There's a monthly subscription thingy for a coffee. As low as 1 per month, that helps a lot. $1. $1. Ui, what? 7間嚇死咩？屌！ Why are you playing fireworks now? Hi. 吓死了，真的是！哎呀！ I have a dumb Kobo brain right now. I thought that's me every day, every moment. I work that fire? No. I mean, why would I want to? The fire bad. I have fluff. It's gonna get set on fire. Anyway, I have a. Oh wait, before anything. Actually, let me type this real quick then. I'm gonna summon Bernie for this. I can't believe I forgot about Bernie. Hey Bernie, tell them. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you, Bernie. Kobo needs to bully another Kobo nicely. Please bully this one. I will raise my hand, ask for uppies, and be like, me. Anyway. I have a Discord channel as well. I announce my stream stuff over there. And there's also a Dragon Simping Corner because I like Dragon. You just looked. I'm listening. You make pay that threshold. Oh heck yeah! It's a start. Brecky's too close, snuggle him. You can buy one rock. Oh fuck yeah! I'm probably gonna steal your rock though. Probably. I think that's the plug. Here's the right message.
You can buy one rock or two good girls and pets.
Uh-oh. You have a surprise on Discord? Oh, do I? Ooh, shit.
5:33 AM moderator verified Streamlabs. Tile rack bappies, tile rack wagwag. Anyone
With
willing
tile
to
rack
offer the kobolds
bappies.
some loving uppies? Tile rack bappies, tile rack wagwag.
Thank you, Breen. Heck yes, sis. Hi, Chashu. Oh, I crave Chashu now. It's a different Chashu, different Chashu. I will give all couple uppies. Heck yeah.
Pat 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 pat
Uh-oh.
pat 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 pat. Good girl, many pets. Good girl indeed. Okay chat and dear streamer, it's time to make a prediction. Jake Wolf is defending his WWE Championship at Survivor Series against Seth Rollins. If Jake Wolf wins, he retains his WWE Champion and his Universe mode
WWE
continues,
Champion?
but if he loses, he will have to restart his whole career.
I have zero knowledge on WWE. Well, I only know John Cena or The Rock from YouTube Poop. Have the upper hand? You can buy a rock in Colony 37 which uses Troy explosive for 2. This is a weapon. I will buy a paper. Hope you're doing good, Chashu. Who the heck cares about WWE? I don't know. Can you smell? It's so good. What the rock is cooking? Can you smell? God, I love YouTube poop. Oh. What? Oh, I smell good. Oh, I don't. Maybe I smell like grape. I don't know. Smell good too. I need to check the DM I sent. I'll check the DM after the stream then. Heck yeah. I hovered to view my viewers. Did this at 69. Nice. Thank you very much. This is my peak performance right here. 69 viewers. Oh, I should make Kobo Contiora, but you're already here. Okay, how can you rate when you're already here? Bought many body mist. 70 cents today alone. Smell amazing. Very nice. Alright, let me type in the rate to Johnny. Rate Dragon. Rate Dragon. Dragon. Dragon good. I think I typed in the rate. Did I? I totally did. Okay, there we go. I've been spoiled. We need Kobo Derp react. Kobo Derp emote. I mean, I have the stare. It's not exactly derp, but the stare, I guess it's kind of close. Not the best since I made it on my own, but I'm kind of okay with that. Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you, Brego.
Be careful. Oh god, Tyra run. There's a dragon about too. Oh no, a dragon swooped down and got Tyler. Oh look, dragon giving Tyra good girl pets. How cute.
Dragon dip. Okay, lah, I'm gonna go get myself some food, and then tomorrow I'm gonna play some Monster Hunter Wilds and get that get that Arch-Tempered Gene that through the lamp for Tiora. I know, right? Oh no. God, having a dragon pet me forever. Oh no. Ooh, it's so scary that I kind of want it forever. I mean, I don't know. Oh, it's so spooky though. Oh my god, I definitely don't want that to happen to me. No, not at all. Hey, being pet by dragon forever though. Oh my god, that doesn't make me excited. Like, what do you mean? it's a nightmare. Oh my god. Wait. Yeah, I type in the raid. So before the raid, ow! I just hit myself. Ow. Okay, I'm good. Before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Jun. Gonna raid to a truck. Wow, I've been skis. Oh my god. Wow. I suddenly feel so hungry. Ted message. I mean, it's the one that I sent just now, I think. This one. Here's the red message. They're gonna ask for bees. Oh, that's a smooch. Oh, I feel so much hunger. Oh my god. Every time after stream, or like when I want to raid out, and then all the fatigue and hunger just like sets in. So hungry. Wait. Oh yeah, I have to wake up early tomorrow. Oh shit. I think I can do that. Well, see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye. Oh. I guess that works.